Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the little stage, both here in Turku and online. My name is Rosa Dalmina Kesti, and I'm happy to be your host here today. Let's start with few practicalities. All Europe Forum's programs are live streamed online. If you wish to take part in the conversations, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me to access the chat. Thank you, and let's give the floor to the wonderful moderators of this program. Juha Jokela, Program Director at the Finnish Institute of Foreign Affairs, and Inga Saikkonen, Senior Lecturer at Åbo Academy University.
Thanks so much for the kind introduction. And thanks to all of us for joining us in the panel, Europe in the New World Order. And the panel is organized jointly by Åbo Academy University and the ReSlide Consortium. The ReSlide Consortium is funded by the Strategic Research Council of Finland and conducted by Åbo Academy University, University of Eastern Finland, University of Helsinki, University of Turku, and the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. And our project focuses on the resilience of liberal democracy both in Finland and globally. And you can learn more about the project through the information provided in the banner. However, I'd like to now introduce our esteemed panelists. I'll go in alphabetical order. So Dr. Kimmo Elo is Senior Lecturer at the University of Eastern Finland. He's interested in the political history of Germany and European integration, intelligence studies, parliamentary studies, and political engagement of the youth. His research methods focus, and his expertise focuses on data-intensive research, network analysis, text and data mining, conceptual history, and information visualization. Professor Imelda Moore is the Sutherland Full Professor of European Law and Director of the University College Dublin European Institute. She's interested in the relationship between law and governance and has published extensively on competition law and EU governance. She's currently Senior Vice President of the Royal Irish Academy. And Dr. Sanna Salo is a postdoctoral fellow in the European Union Strategic Competition Programme at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. She defended her doctoral thesis at the European University Institute in Florence, Italy, and she specializes in comparative politics of European countries. And her work has so far concentrated on the Nordic countries and most recently on Germany. Thanks so much for being part of the panel. I'll now give the word over to Juha.
Thank you. Thank you, Inga Saikkonen. Thank you, Åbo Academy University. FIA has a great pleasure of being part of the ReSlide Consortium, and I'm delighted to be here and moderate this discussion. Few words about the theme of the panel, and then we go into the discussion. I think the title says a lot already, and I think when we all have been following the events and developments during this year, we are witnessing profound changes in the international system and the global order. World politics, economy are going through a very turbulent times. And of course, this year, the second administration of President Donald Trump is potentially the key source of that turbulence. His statements and policies are challenging the post-war international order, as well as, of course, the post-Cold War order. Of course, this order has been already challenged, or more in detail, the dominance of the Western actors and players in that order has been challenged for quite some time. So the aim of this panel is to discuss a period of what has been labeled a disorder. Disorder, with some of our colleagues, means that the disorder precedes the emerge of a new order. So this time, in this panel, we should discuss the disorder and then also try to analyze what kind of role Europe and the European Union could play in ushering a new global order. We say in the program, the final question of the panel is quite provocative. Is Europe and the European Union able and willing to become the leader of the free world? This panel is divided in 3 sections. We first want to discuss the current developments and the disorder, its characteristics, and then we want to move on to the Europe and Europe's role, also addressing the question of democratic backsliding in Europe. And then in the end, we hope to have a questions and answers session with the audience. But I would now turn to Professor Marr. The US has increasingly signaled its willingness to sideline international legal order. Do international treaties and the post-war international legal order still constrain states' behavior today?
I think yes, and rather than but, and rather than a but. Yes. If we look at the nature of law, I think it helps to understand the question, because we have a relationship between law and power. What's the function of law in a society? It's to constrain power, whatever form that power takes. And that's true not just in domestic law within a country, but also in the international realm. And in order for law to constrain power in a way that's in the public good, you need 2 things, I would say. One is, well, the literature would say, one is consent. So the people in general, or the states, if we're talking about the international realm, have to consent to comply and to obey the rules that are or norms that are being imposed on them. Now, the problem we face from time to time, this is not the first time, but the problem we face is that sometimes, I would say, states go maverick. You know, they go out, they become outliers. They choose not to give their consent any longer to a particular system. This raises 2 issues. One is, does that mean the system is broken, which I think is what your question's getting at? If yes, what should replace it? If not, and I would say at the moment it's not broken, there's an operational problem, but I don't think the system is broken. So that's I think that distinction is actually very fundamental here. And if the system is not broken, then there's a second dimension to the consent question, which is, how does everybody else respond? And I think that's very much the focus. It's great to have this discussion here now, because what we're focusing on is not what is often the distraction politics of the maverick state, which at the moment happens to be the United States, which is very, very powerful. But to return instead to say, well, if the system isn't broken, what do we need to do to make it operate in a better way? I can say more if you wish. But the second aspect I would say to this is, okay, how do we know the system's not broken? Now, I'll take an example from on the international economic law side rather than the public international law side. On the international economic law side, we have the WTO, which is a membership-based organization. So if it's membership-based, you're operating on consensus. And, okay, so the tariff system undermines this quite fundamentally in a lot of ways, although sometimes you hear the kind of the language of the WTO is still being used, sometimes in discussions around what's happening in relation to tariffs. But if you go back, this problem hasn't started in this year. If we go back almost 10 years, the United States had a problem with the appellate board of the WTO and essentially have failed to reappoint people to the board, so it has ceased to function. So quite a serious institutional problem. So you think, well, then, does that mean the end of the WTO? Does that mean nobody is making any complaints to the WTO? No, they're still proceeding down that path. So that leaves us with the position that, okay, the WTO is damaged, but it's still capable of having some legal effect. It is still something that other member states wish to continue with and see functioning. Yes. So that's rather, maybe, that's a fairly optimistic message, which makes me a little anxious. Do I appear naive? And yet I think we can get, if we look at, is this a systemic problem? Is this an operational problem? I think we're still at the operational end of the line for now, but we need to keep asking ourselves where we're positioned with that.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you very much, Professor Marr. I think the point is, your points are very, very important for this discussion, whether it's a systemic problem or operational problem, and especially if we discuss the international legal order, or then if we broaden up to the more sort of a broader global order, liberal order, including multilateralism and all its facets. Of course, one element of that is that this system, as well as the order, must be upheld. And of course, we know that United States have played an important role, especially in terms of global world order. We know the hesitance, some elements of the legal order of the United States, previous administrations as well. And I would now turn to Kimmo Elo and ask that how profound you see the kind of the change taking place, largely now due to the United States statements, actions, policies, withdrawal from the current global order, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think as a scientist, somewhere between historian and political scientist, I think the profoundness of these changes can be reliable, estimated first afterwards with the benefit of hindsight, so to say. But I think we are facing a significant change, challenging especially the Western system, Western hegemony. And I think this is also something which makes it for us more profound than the earlier changes in the international order, that this is happening in our closest neighborhood, and it is very much affecting the system we have constructed, especially during the Cold War. So we are practically experiencing a change which is directly related to circumstances we are living in. And I think this also affects very much how we also perceive this change. I have used the old theoretical approach of economist Rodrik to describe this problem that we are facing, this kind of trilemma, that we have integration, we have liberal democracy, and sovereignty. And we can have, according to Rodrik, only two of these three at the same time. And what the US is currently doing is reducing the level of integration and turning back to sovereignty. Whereas, for example, China is not questioning integration in the international order. China is not thinking of leaving, for example, international organizations. It is trying to fill in the gap left behind by the US. So I think we have different processes at the same time shaping this order. And I would say that we need very much more Europe in this integration, not only in Europe as a continent, but also in the international order, in order to, react and fill in also the gap left behind by the US government currently. Because we need that also in order to protect liberal democracy in Europe and in the global order. Thanks.
Thank you, Kimmo Elo, for these very, very enlightened views, and also bringing the broader picture, China as well in our debate. I would now turn to Sanna Salo, and you focusing in RISLIGHT Consortium to the pluralization of democratic norms, and this relates to the understandings of liberal democratic norms as well as more potential electoral or majoritarian democratic norms. I would like to ask you a question about the drivers of this change in global order. I'm thinking about the Western actors, also United States sort of domestic politics, and how that then is reflected to its foreign policy.
Thank you. That's a very important question. There are, of course, external drivers. So we can talk about the emerging powers or sort of the change in the polarity of the world order in terms of like power politics. So we have strong actors, China, Russia, India, other emerging powers. So that's one aspect of it. But I think one very important aspect that is not so often discussed is the internal sort of contradictions of liberalism that has been in a way corroding the liberal order, liberal democracy, and the whole idea of liberalism for quite some time now. So one aspect that some scholars have pointed to are the internal contradictions and power struggles within American conservatism. So, and this is not only American conservatism, but actually it applies to other countries as well. So the kind of liberal conservatism that has been the underpinning the order, the liberal international order, has been on the losing side, and the sort of more hardcore extremist conservatism, perhaps most visible in the takeover of the United States Republican Party by the MAGA movement, but also at play elsewhere, has been on the rise. And this type of conservatism, exemplified indeed by the MAGA movement, by, say, Orban in Hungary, is not so favorable to key elements of the liberal international order. So that kind of like internal dynamics have corroded the support base for the liberal international order and liberal democracy at the country level as well. And of course also another sort of internal driver within liberalism has been the sort of, well, if we think about economic liberalism, for example, the fact that it has not only benefited people globally, also within countries. So the sort of promise of this trickle-down economics, that if we liberalize, if we globalize, then this will ultimately trickle down, has not materialized. Which has surely sown the seeds of discontent in many countries and globally as well. And third, of course, at the global level, not everybody underwrote or subscribed to the liberal international order at any point in time. So it was never globally, there was never global consent to it. So at least these three drivers I would identify.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanna. And I think this leads us nicely to the second part of our discussion, which is the role of Europe and also potentially democratic backsliding in Europe. But maybe one quick question, perhaps all of you or some of you who wants to take it. I would like to ask, what is your assessment about the state or fate of liberal order, liberal global order? And some of my colleagues and I myself, we've been playing around in some of our publications with an idea that we might be witnessing a kind of a recourse or return to the age of empires. I think we have some very symbolic meetings which have taken place very recently in Washington, for instance, where at least the pictures and the symbolism of that could kind of point to that direction. Do you see anything like that taking place when we move to discuss also the new order emerging? Who wants to?
Okay.
Kimmo, maybe.
Well,
very briefly, please. Because
I'm not so sure whether empire or empires is a good concept to describe, because as you pointed out, there's this kind of disorder and re-emerging order, and I think this is very typical in historical sense that we don't know the concepts to describe the new. Yeah. So at this point, I would more or less talk about or use the concept of regional hegemons to describe what, for example, Russia or China or US is willing to do, also Europeans. So we have also this historical consciousness and memory of evil empires, which is very much affecting our approach. And I think this kind of memory is also important in order to prevent negative trends, to react in advance to this kind of developments. And therefore, I would be a bit against this empire, the return of empires. But I see a rise of hegemons, or at least countries who are trying to develop itself towards some kind of regional or regional hegemons.
Yeah. Anybody else on the fate of liberal global order with the...
I would tend to not think in terms of empire. I think, as you say, it's some newer. It's a good starting position because we all have instinctively we all have a sense of what's an empire. But I think that what's emerging in this newer order is something not the same. But as you say, we're struggling to work out what it is, but also to develop a language around it that will help us to maybe even to contain it, which wouldn't be a bad thing. But the idea of it is regionalized, or when you think about the initial reaction of the current US regime vis-a-vis Canada and Greenland, to me very strongly suggested this is about geography. We can see the Ukrainian war as a geographic issue as well. Empires often tended to be far-flung. The dismantling of USAID would counteract that notion that we're talking about empires. So I'm not sure if it's always a case of the local or the regional, or what is going to happen to the other area, what's going to happen with the gaps that have now been created by some of the retrenchment that has gone on.
Yeah, that's an important point. So it's not so much about exporting your own model rather than something else, something more on the negative side in a way than promoting any specific model. Yeah.
Thank you. And now to my colleague Inga, please.
Yeah, thanks for fascinating analysis of the current situation. Now we'd like to ask you to reflect a bit more about the kind of Europe's response to these developments and what's been Europe's role in the responding to these changes. And also, as a scholar in democratic backsliding, I would very much like to ask you questions about EU's role in deterring internal democratic backsliding within the EU, especially in relation to Hungary. But let's first ask or discuss Europe's role in meeting these challenges. So first, I'd like to ask Sanna Salo about your evaluation. How effective has Europe's response thus far been to these challenges in global international order, and what's the role of EU in providing European response?
Well, at the level of discourse, of course, and to some extent in policy actions as well, EU has, of course, been talking about strategic autonomy for the past decade and has been has had this quest for more autonomy. And sort of the Trump administration's actions have only accelerated that quest. But the EU is really struggling to put it into action. And there, I think the EU's internal disunity, the fact that it has internally an internal opposition all the time that is blocking its actions in any of the important policy realms, for example, vis-à-vis Ukraine, vis-à-vis Russia, is handicapping it in a significant manner. And even the wording of this question sort of tells a lot about Europe's position, that it is responding rather than driving the agenda. And this kind of agency, however, is what Europe would need to somehow grapple and have in order to be really a player in this. But for that to happen, it would have to have a vision and a unity behind that vision about what is it that it is going to do. And of course, perhaps we're going to talk more about these coalitions of the willing a bit later, but this is one manifestation of that kind of unity has not been found within the EU as such. And so different kinds of constellations have then been worked out to promote that role in a way, to have a seat at the table, so to speak.
Great. Also relating to these challenges in responding to the changes in global order is related to Europe's role in providing common defense and defense policy. And today we have President Macron and Chancellor Merz meeting in Toulon to discuss common defense initiatives. So I'd like to ask Dr. Eller is, how significant do you see these developments in trying to build up some kind of common defense capacity within Europe?
Well, I would second Sanna's argument that there is a lot of manifestations, declarations, but when we look at these concrete steps, there's quite little things happening so far. There's a lot of talk which is somewhere between national and supranational. So like this kind of coalition of willing and so on and so forth, I think there are kind of emergent solutions or ad hoc solutions like we had in Euro crisis back in the 2010s, that we need to do something, but we don't have structures or processes in order to do that, which actually tells quite much about the current states of the EU in this kind of, global politics. I recall these rather lively discussions also in academic work back in mid-90s, focusing on the actorness, global actorness of the EU, which actually was a very interesting debate, which resulted in nothing. And now we are facing the same situation, now with much more pressure in transatlantic relations from Russia, from China, from global order. But still we are struggling with the same questions Sanna pointed out, there's this disunity in the EU, this unwillingness to have kind of a common policies. I think this is something which we need to reform in the EU, that we need to decide whether we are going to leave it to the member states alone, or are we ready, and that's the message I actually expect and wait from this Franco-German meeting from today, that are we really willing to do this kind of steps towards a more united and more coherent EU like a federal system. So this is something we need to decide in order to, because there is no other answer in my opinion, that who should take responsibility for the European security if not the EU.
Yes, when we are discussing the effectiveness of the EU in solving these questions, we also have to look within processes within the EU, and we have seen blatant democratic backsliding in the case of Hungary. Hungary is now an electoral authoritarian regime within the EU, and so far legal scholars have been quite critical of the actions taken by the EU. So I'd like to ask Professor Marr to reflect on this. So how do you view the role of EU's legal framework in constraining breaking rule of law and democratic backsliding in member states, and how effective have these measures been so far? Well, what's your assessment?
Not very effective. I feel I'm here to represent the failed legal order on this question in a way. I think we can think about it in a number of ways again. So first of all, let's start with the treaty, where we always do. Article 7 allows sanctions, suspension of voting rights even, to be imposed on a state who is failing to meet the values of the EU, which include the rule of law, which is stated in Article 2 and has been very strongly reinforced by the European Court in the last 10 years, I suppose. The problem with that is that the assumption in Article 7 is that only one state would be causing problems. And of course, historically, we had Poland and Hungary, so it hasn't quite worked. And then you have, so if we move away from that, we also had the politics here, and my colleagues would be in a better position to comment on this than I would be. But Hernandez and Rosa talk about forbearance, that there was forbearance at the council level politically, because Hungary or Poland were their behaviour domestically wasn't condoned, but in order to advance various policies at the European level, they were to tread lightly. So we have that sort of stage one.
Yes.
And given the failure of Article 7, you then have you can't kick anybody out of the EU. We know from Brexit that you can choose to leave. And that Article 50 was a radical step taken at the time, but nobody can be pushed out because it's a membership body. It operates by consensus. But to the second phase that we had then, okay, so Article 7, we can't get that to work, is this move towards conditionality as it's known. Conditionality is a kind word. What it really means is we're not going to give you money. It's a very blunt instrument, says if you're not meeting the rule of law requirements that are clearly articulated, you will not get funding released to you. And that's what's happened. Now, the exception is they released money after the war in Ukraine, because Poland in particular was subject to I think the vast majority of Ukrainians refugees came through Poland into the EU. So that was sort of seen as an exception, but even that was controversial at the time. So we have conditionality. We're not going to fund you. We're not going to give you money. We're going to squeeze you economically. So there is this link all the time between economics and politics and law. And then and the third phase, which we're entering now, is that forbearance is gone. So conditionality is one aspect of it. And the third phase now is the Hungarians have made the wrong call, if I may say, internally in Europe around Ukraine. So the forbearance that was kind of the theme at Council has changed, because it's now seen as obstructionist. And so it's lost insofar as it had friends. I think that's probably too strong a word, but that's disappeared. Then the final dimension of it, which is the one the lawyers focus on, is the court. And we have had I think I had a quick look last night, and there's 18 cases I counted up against Hungary. So there's a fair amount of action there, and perhaps most significantly is they were brought back under standard procedures in the European Court, where if you fail to comply with the judgment as a member state, you can be brought back into court and be fined for your failure to comply. And that happens, unfortunately, that has to happen every so often for lots of member states over different things. But the fine in this case against Hungary is it's punitive. It was 2 million plus 1 million a day. So there is the court this was seen as routine. It was a five-person court, meaning it wasn't a big grand chamber, so it was seen as a routine matter. Nonetheless, we see what us lawyers would call exemplary damages being imposed, because they saw the failure of Hungary as so egregious. They wanted to make a very strong statement. So the funds can be withheld. Then you're back into the political domain, and I leave it to the political scientists to work out to what extent that will or will not happen.
Yes, great. So we are seeing increasing kind of robustness in the kind of courts actions.
The court is very robust, but the problem with the rule of law issue is it's a slow boil. You know, the story, you put the frog in the cold water, it won't jump out when you heat it because it's slow. That's the problem with the democratic backsliding. It's not going to win headlines, and it takes a crisis, in this case Ukraine, for action to be really triggered effectively.
Yeah, that's a really, really important point. Now I'd like to give the opportunity to Dr. Salla and Dr. Eller to respond, in especially focusing on the kind of political response of the EU in terms of countering backsliding, especially in the case of Hungary. So how effective has the political response been?
Well, not very effective, as we can see. I think that the situation is quite threatening in the sense that Hungary is by no means the only country in which this type of development is going on. In fact, in most European countries, we have a somewhat either far-right populist / illiberal party, either in power or close to that. And Hungary is by no means without allies in the European Union. So the sort of liberal democratic coalition really has to hold its own in a way in this battle. So the situation to me looks really quite dire. In fact, I don't know what your assessment is.
Well, I'm quite in line with you. So that I also see one problem, that we don't have any kind of far-reaching vision what we actually want to do with European integration, which is in this kind of turbulent times, the people are asking for this kind of some kind of a goal, they could trust and they could invest also time and participation in. And if we're just discussing about how much arms we need or how much support Ukraine needs, this is also, of course, important in this time. But we also need a kind of discussion, or we should start a discussion about the future of European integration in long term. What is the role of the EU and European integration in the new world order, as we are talking today? Yeah. What should we do in order to compensate the withdrawal of the US from European security? How could we respond to that? But the most important thing is that the people have the impression that we are working towards a better future. Yeah. And I think this is something which is now very much fitting in for this illiberal forces, that there is no vision that people could trust and rely. And therefore it's a natural reaction to have fascination in the past times where everything was better. So this is first point. But I also would see changes on the political decision making. Now we have this unanimity still in very many fields. I would favor the introduction of this majoritan or this majoritan rule in all fields, including foreign security policy, in order to foster and strengthen this democratic order. But I think this is more important is that we have this vision, because it's a countering this democratic backsliding by giving the people some kind of trust in European integration in the future.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting analysis, all of you. Now we have time for quick questions and comments from the audience, and there is a microphone as well available. So if you could please raise your hand if you want to ask a question or pose a comment for the discussion, for the panelists.
Nothing.
This is your chance now. I can see at least one hand in the very back of the hall. I don't know if the microphone bearer sees. The microphone is just coming. And I would ask other participants to think about questions, comments. It would be nice to have your input for this discussion.
My name is Jukka Laitinen. It seems so that in Europe it is in all respects some kind of casting flaws. The decision-making needs uniformity, which does not exist, and that makes the decision-making poor. The army and military power is under NATO, and that's controlled by United States, not by Europe. And then Europe is a very big economical power and much people, but it does not have a structure how to use it. What is Europe? Where are the borders of Europe? European Union, there is many important countries which does not belong to that. NATO, there are countries which are not belonging to that. Europe is changing every day, depending what's the problem. Some countries will take someday the leading role, someday some other, and so on. So I have a question, what is Europe?
Thank you. That is a big question, but of course very important one,
Yes.
and I'm sure we try to address that as well. But I would also ask if any other has a question or a comment. I see one hand here in the front row this time. And do I see any other hands? Okay, over there.
Jonas Sederlöv, citizen of Europe. Inspired a little bit by the previous question also, but based on the comments from the panel. So if there are challenges in EU on decision making and stuff, in particular when it comes to defense, how do you see that the EU is worse or better in decision making compared to NATO and NATO's unanimity approach?
Thank you. And then we have time for one question in the middle of the hall. You might see the hand.
Thank you. I am Gábor Holzer from Hungary, but it's kind of irrelevant now. My question is about a thing that you did allude to in the panel a little bit, which is that a lot of people now in Europe, to some extent, feel that the liberal democratic order and the social and economic model that provided has failed them in some way. And what should the new European social and economic model look like if it's different from the one we have currently?
Thank you. Thank you. Very important and a big question as well. We now have 6 minutes time to answer a question. What is Europe? There was a question about the decision-making efficiency in the European Union, the unanimity rule in comparison to NATO, and then a question related to socio-economic model of Europe in the future. Who wants to start? Maybe we go in reverse order. Kimmo, please.
Thank you. And there was some questions also from this chat related to what happens when Russia collapses or when Putin dies. I could also address decision making. I think the EU is currently somewhere between a state and international organization, which is affecting this decision-making order. So that we have this unanimity in many fields, especially in this so-called high politics. And this is something, in my opinion, which needs to be changed also towards majority and rule, like in a normal state, that we have some kind of decision-making system democratic enough, but also respecting this idea that the democratic system should be as democratic as possible. And this, in my own analysis, also includes foreign and security policy, as in Finland or in Sweden or in Germany is the case. So I think this is also a step needed in order to build up European security capabilities at a systemic level. The question, what is Europe? I think that's the answer is simple, that we are Europe and the Europeans. So it is about our future, and we need to find these answers by politicians and in discourses about the future of Europe. And this is something which has happened already in the past years, but we need some ideas and visions to proceed in the creation. One short note on this question from the chat regarding how should Europe react when Putin, the era of Putin is over. I think the EU should be prepared for both cases. For the positive one, that should be ready to support Russia if it decides to follow the democratic path or something from this totalitarian rule, but also be prepared for the worst case that Russia could also have very much political turbulence and security political turbulence after this era, also affecting the security of the EU. Thanks.
And Sanna Salo.
Regarding NATO, I'm not an expert in NATO or its decision-making, but I would point out the role of a politicization here. So EU decision-making is significantly more politicized, in my view, than is NATO decision-making, and that is what makes it complicated. So it's under public scrutiny in a different manner, whereas I think that NATO decision-making can rely more on sort of expert analysis from the military and so on, without the public necessarily contending those decisions as they are being made. And that is what has made EU's life rather difficult in recent years or a couple of decades. Regarding what is Europe, I think none of us have, in a way, answers, but it is good that the question is being asked and being problematized, because I think the elite version of the answer to this has been that we are a club of liberal democracies, cosmopolitans, possibly federalists, and now this is being problematized. No, we're not. We have also electoral autocracies. We have wannabe electoral autocracies. We have nationalists, ethno-nationalists. All of those belong to Europe as well at the moment. This is the reality. So it is good that we problematize it and figure it out, try to figure it out again, in a way, the answer to this.
I've 1 minute on the top,
Yes.
right? In brief, the majority voting is fascinating for me to hear, and I heard your Prime Minister earlier when he spoke, because I come from an island state right at the edge of Europe, a long way west, and the question of defence and security is articulated in a very different way, because we're not in NATO either. And I'm struck that this idea that it should be done by majority voting has only become a particular issue with the Ukraine crisis. So member states are they're reinterpreting what's needed now in a way that just wasn't on the agenda. Now, to get that, as a lawyer, I'm thinking, but you need a treaty revision, and nobody's advocating treaty reform. So what's the alternative? You do like you did in the crisis. You come up with an independent international treaty, which you're perfectly entitled to do, which is the coalition of the willing. Which brings me to the question, what's the vision? Vision is needed around Europe. Thinking about international treaties reminds me of the awful global fiscal crisis and the European problems around that. People seemed terribly lost. Politicians were lost. And what happened? We have the European central bankers stand up eventually and say, whatever it takes. 3 words. 3 words. They transformed the debate. Sometimes vision doesn't have to be a really detailed analysis. It just has to be conviction, hope, and hope. Practical hope, i.e. hope that isn't just wishful thinking, but is tied to a sense of agency. So if Europe can convey a sense of hope tied to this sense of agency, we can get there. Which brings me to the socioeconomic point, and I'll do it in 10 seconds, which is that we have the competitiveness compass that the Commission has come up with, based on Draghi, which it doesn't talk much about Eastern Europe, I know, but also on the Letta reports. And I understand we're here last year, so you've heard lots about that. But that vision of let's build beyond the single market is one that may address the socioeconomic concerns that have to underpin a commitment to liberal democracy. Thanks.
Well, unfortunately, we have to end the discussion, although I feel we would have had room for at least a couple of more hours to discuss these very important themes. But please join me in thanking our panelists for very insightful discussion on these very important topics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you, audience, for the engaging discussions. It's now time for another break, and the program will continue at 11 at this stage. If you would like to grab a cup of coffee, the Europe Cafe on the 2nd floor is open. See you soon. Hi everyone and welcome back to the Little Stage. My name is Rosa Adamina and I'm your stage host here today. Before we start, few reminders and practicalities. All Europe Forum's programs are live streamed online. If you would like to take part in the conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me to access the chat. Thank you all, and let's give the floor to the wonderful moderator of this program, Iiris Asumaa, Development Manager, City of Jyväskylä.
Thank you, Rosa, for the introduction, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. For the next 45 minutes, we will take a deep dive into the European security and defense. As we are about to discuss the European defense and whether further integration could provide an answer to the future challenges that we are facing. This session is organized by the Finnish section of the Union of European Federalists, Eurooppa Federalistit. The section consists of an active group of people who believe that federal development and will positively influence the democracy and effectiveness of the European Union. We offer debates and intellectual food of thought on federalism and Europe. We are actually organizing a federalist reception today at 5 p.m. on the riverboat Cindy, which is just outside in front of the theater. So please, you're all very welcome to join us there at 5 p.m. today. My name is Iiris Asumaa and I will be your host for this session, and we will have two experts on this subject joining me. But before we start, there is a name list circling around for funding purposes, so please make sure you sign your name before leaving this session. But without further ado, let's introduce our speakers today. I have here Mr. Lukas Mandl, an Austrian member of the European Parliament and a board member and a previous chair of the Spinelli Group, which is a network of federalist-minded MEPs with two main objectives: the commitment to the strengthening of European integration and defend and relaunch the role of European institutions. It's a great asset for the Europe Forum to welcome a strong federalist voice in Turku to share with us the latest topics around the future of Europe. Our second guest is Mr. Mika Aaltola, a Finnish member of the European Parliament and an expert in foreign and security policy. He is also a former director of the Finnish Institute of International Affairs and known to all Finns as a commentator on defense and security matters. Welcome. First, I will give each of you 5 minutes to present your opening remarks on this matter. So, Lukas, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the kind introduction. Thanks to the Federalist Movement of Finland for inviting me for today, and thanks for drawing the attention to this important topic, because it's the topic of our time. It's about security for this generation and for generations to come. I have advocated for Europe with more strength to the outside and more freedom to the inside. This is what I have been saying constantly since I was first running for the elections for the European Parliament 2014 and even before. And this remains, I would say, the overall vision. European Union or Europe in its entirety should follow more strength to the outside, more freedom to the inside. I just want to make the little remark, since I've been talking to many businesses all over Europe during this summer, especially in my constituency, my home country Austria, but also elsewhere. Freedom to the inside really means we have to foster our economic basis in many different regards. And things are connected also with security, because part of the security threats is our dependency economically from other parts of the world. In particular China, but when it comes to energy, we also had our struggle with Russian supply in the past, and it has been and it will continue to be a very bumpy road to get rid of this dependency from Russia, since the old saying that if you want peace, you have to prepare for war was never proven to be true so much as today. And this is what Europe has to face, our civilization of freedom, of human dignity, of democracy, of rule of law, which I want to see hold it up. This is the very first important point. As you have pointed out, I'm from Central Europe, I'm from Austria. We don't have a outside border to Russia, as Finland has, for example. So it's Europe in its entirety that's at stake, and people are questioning, do we want militarization of all society? The response is no. We want to keep up our colorful society or our colorful civilization of the before mentioned values via military capability, because the probability to be attacked is lower if we invest in military capability. And this is what the new European Commission, after the election last year, which also brought my colleague Mika Artola to the European Parliament. We have a very good cooperation, especially in the field of the European Union Democracy Shield Special Committee in the European Parliament. After this election, with the new majorities in the European Parliament and also with the new European Commission, the outline is clear, that the direction would be more investment in defense and also its basis in terms of innovation and production in the economic scale. Again, there is a connection between economy and security, and it's a lot of money that's on the table for that, but it's invested rightly, and it will be invested also in the taxpayers' interest, I would say, even better when there's more cooperation between the member states of the European Union, which is also a connection to the federalist question. But it's not only about military. It's not only about defense investment and military. It's about our mindset maybe in the first place. Because our mindset is sometimes still, let's say, in a times of maybe Cold War, when things were also dangerous and risky, but not so complex as today, when the US stood on our side, as if it was given forever, which is not the case anymore. And our mindset remains in this understanding, okay, if we act peacefully, everybody else will act peacefully too, which is just wrong. It's proven to be wrong. And this is why I advocate for also the mindset of our civilization is worth to be protected militarily, but also when it comes to the European Union Democracy Shield Special Committee, I have just mentioned, via defending ourselves against the attempts of division. It's division what our adversaries all over the planet seek for, because when it comes to Europe, its largest strength is unity. That means if you want to weaken Europe, if you want to make Europe weaker, you seek for division. And this is what not only Putin, Russia, has been doing over many years via means of hybrid warfare and disinformation, but also other parts of the world. And this is what we deal with in the EU Democracy Shield Special Committee, and we are delighted in the European Parliament to have an expert like Mika Artola, who has been an expert long before he was in the European Parliament, to really work parliamentarily, concretely on these issues in the European Parliament. And when I talk about disinformation, it's already, in my view, an euphemistic diplomatic expression for something that always was called and has been around, namely lies. It's just lies that's spread by social media channels, also by messenger channels. We must not forget about that. It's very much hidden from the public what happens in messenger channels, Telegram and others. And also spread sometimes, or at least there are attempts to spread it sometimes via regular media. So our mindset is targeted, our security is targeted, our economic basis, which is also the basis for our famous European social welfare systems that are different to anything else on the planet. Everything of that is targeted, and this is why we have to keep unity, also to enlarge the sphere where the European values would apply, meaning future member states, and also to draw the attention to the right priorities, which are security and economy in our times.
Thank you. Lucas, what about you, Mika? What would you like to point out before we head into discussion?
Yes, thank you very much on the invitation. It is a pleasure and honor to be here, and it's of course an honor to be with Lucas, who has a long track record on these matters and has been working tirelessly in the Parliament for the right causes. When we think about European Union, first thing that comes to mind is some kind of a post-sovereign entity, normative power Europe that was fashionable in 1990s, and then in 2000s we started to talk about norms and regulative power, but the substance of the matter, geopolitics, has returned It never disappeared, and it is now a main challenge ahead of us. And incompatibility between the kind of the peace project, Europe, and geopolitics, and the need to have power, defense, is something that might strike a person as a gap that cannot be closed. But then you have to remember the origins of the project, European project. Whenever I go to Strasbourg, I'm glad to remember when I walk the corridors of the Churchill building there, what Churchill actually said after the Second World War when he was giving famous speeches in different corners of Europe, in Zurich, in Trieste, and perhaps the most famous, the Iron Curtain speech. He was talking about European integration in terms of geopolitics. He is not remembered as one of the great fathers of European Union, but he had the vision. When he was overlooking the ruins of Europe after the Second World War, he saw that the defense against the external enemies, against totalitarian ideologies, is the key function of integration. And he started from that vision. And we should also return to the kind of the original starting point of the project. It's not only about peace, it's about maintaining peace through strength and power. That is a historical vision, I would say. And if you overview the last 1,000 years of European history, what has happened during the times of emergency when the freedom has been challenged by outside forces and political ideologies that are much darker than ours. You have seen different coalitions of willing coalescing, starting from Crusades, Iberian Peninsula, to the Gates of Vienna, to the Great Northern War, to Soviet expansion, and now to the Russian expansion. There's at least talk about a coalition of willing. Perhaps not about European army as such, but army of European nations, and with a key capability provided by common entities like what the Commission is now planning with the Rearm Europe that turn into a safe program because of anti-militaristic voices coming from certain member states. And I had to agree with Lucas that it's not about militarization. Self-defense is not militarization. If you look what is happening in Russia, that's militarization. In here, we barely can defend ourselves. When we are talking about a coalition of willing, we are talking about 6,000 soldiers that perhaps are going to be sent to western parts of Ukraine. We are not talking about a massive effort yet, but perhaps in embryonic form, we can see something that has occurred so many times before in European history. And perhaps that embryonic form will develop if we take good care of it, because these coalitions of willing, they do not have to be always ad hoc, but they are something that perhaps shape institutions for years to come. So be that in mind, be very careful when you look into the plans that are now taking shape in a matter of weeks, because they might be seeds of something that we are going to be looking into for years to come. It's not militarization, it's defending freedom in Europe. And it has a key institutional function as well.
Thank you. Thank you both on your opening remarks. We have approximately 30 minutes for discussion, so let's keep our answers quite brief because we have quite many topics to go through. But firstly, let's start with European resilience. President Niinistö has emphasized in his report the importance of European resilience. In your views, what are the key weaknesses in the EU's current security and defense architecture, and how deeper integration could address them?
If I may start. Resilience is an overall expression, holistic. And I want to draw the attention because it's really connected, and I also want to make that point very strongly on the economy. Our dependencies are huge in many directions, and some of it is really our own homework to overcome isolation of Europe, which comes from overregulation within our continent, and which comes from a reluctance to use our own natural resources, from reluctance to use our own energy resources, and also from too much focus on suppliers in parts of the world which might not be good partners, reliable partners. This is why diversification of supply where we need it, and as much as own capability in production, but also innovation will be important. Secondly, resilience will also come along with overcoming what is in Brussels already sometimes called the demographic winter, meaning that obviously our societies are aging more and more in Europe. We need labor migration, but not irregular migration. So this is the big gap we have to other parts of the world, which are also very attractive to go to, like Australia, New Zealand, Canada. In the past, also the US, not currently, one has to be clear about that. But we are also very attractive, but we attract rather irregular migration and not the labor migration we would need because of bureaucratic problems and administrative problems. So overcoming the demographic winter will not only go via migration, but among other things, via migration. And then the before mentioned mindset questions, the understanding whether a given information is plausible or not, the understanding whether somebody sends me on a messenger service, something that appears online, in TikTok, for example, or in other channels, whether this is plausible or not. This is only possible via a proper general education to better understand whether something can be true or not. And this is also connected, maybe this third point of education, to personal encounter. So more than ever, especially in times of artificial intelligence, when we cannot easily judge whether we are talking to a machine or to a human person. This is already the case. I mean, personal encounter, like we do it today here in this beautiful Europe Forum in Turku. I mean, this is an example for that. Personal encounter, where you can be absolutely sure you're talking to real persons with a real opinion, which reveal their true identity, because we are a free society. We can speak freely under our true identity. These are all achievements of generations before us, and we have to exercise this human encounter in order to, I would even say, to stay sane and sober in our mind, and to gather this sense for plausibility for information we are confronted with.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, resilience, it's a relatively ambiguous term. Nobody actually knows what it means, but there's, of course, different interpretations and different traditions of resilience. The Finnish version that is also echoed in the President Niinistö's report has to do with the Finnish national experience of being an island. If you look to the map, it sounds a little bit curious that we think about Finland as an island, but the long border with Russia is seen as a divider, in a sense that Finland is very reliant on Baltic Sea. And because of that over-reliance on Baltic Sea, we have always emphasized kind of a war economy model or total defense model of the nation. It is similar to what is in Sweden. The total defense tradition exists there, and that is the root of the kind of the Finnish resilience model. It has expanded from that. So you have to secure the lifelines of your political community. In Finnish case, Baltic Sea is all about the lifelines. But of course, in the modern world, the lifelines are much more complicated. The security of supply of Europe, for example, can be in crisis situations secured. We tested that in the COVID case already, and it was relatively successful, common effort. Of course, there's now talk about text messages and all of that, but let's remember that those text messages by Ursula, they saved 1.3 million people's lives because of the vaccination that was jump-started in Europe. Nobody knew then what is going to happen. And in politics, during those times, you have to be very decisive. You have to set the course because the unknown cannot paralyze the decision-making. So security of supply, de-risking, for example, from China, and we have to be ready for decoupling from China as well, because China is very uncertain when it comes to its political future. We don't know when there's going to be a war starting in the East China Sea or South China Sea. That's something that we have to take into consideration in our calculations. And Lucas quite rightly also pointed out to the internal dynamics. The resilience is also internal. It's all about education system. It's about knowing, for example, in today's information space, that there's enemies out there. And they are not up for any good when it comes to our future. They are trying to divide us, and through that division, trying to gain geopolitical upper hand in different scenarios that they are planning for us. So the shield has a vital component that has to do with civility of Europeans that we have, and we can rediscover our kind of a common glue that binds us together. The cohesive element in Europe has to be rediscovered by every generation, and today it's much more difficult because it is not as simple as it was before because of the information space.
Lucas, you mentioned the dependencies in your opening remarks, and let's talk a bit about the NATO aspect as well. Finland and Austria both became known as EU members that are not part of the NATO until Finland joined in 2023. What should be the roles of NATO and the EU in Europe's defense, and has your thoughts on this question changed in the Russians' full-scale invasion of Ukraine?
My personal thoughts have not changed on that. I think the priorities were just set on a greater political scene after this start of this war aggression. And I can admit that colleagues from the Baltic states, from Poland, from Eastern Europe generally, always warned us of Putin, Russia, always say don't trust Putin, also before the fully fledged war. And I believe that. I cannot say today, but I have to admit I underestimated how far Putin, Russia would go until the war crimes of our times, the war of aggression itself, and so on, breach of international law. So this is something that went very far, and this is why the priority setting changed. Which was very interesting for those who have dealt with defense and security already before this fully fledged war, that from one second to the other it became the priority or one of only a few priorities. But this is good. This is a positive development. I would say since the beginning of this fully fledged war, to see it positively and optimistic, it was an era of many good beginnings. Why do I say that? Because not only Sweden and Finland joined NATO, which is good, also Denmark joined the Common Security and Defense Policy, which was out of it before this fully fledged war when it comes to the European Union. And of course, we reflect also in Brussels very much the question of what you have just addressed, the relation of EU and NATO when it comes to military defense. I always try to emphasize also to the constituents, my countrymen in Austria, what NATO is. NATO is an insurance. So you sign up for insurance hoping that the risk will not appear. but you're insured for the case that the risk will appear. I think this understanding of an insurance is also very important to counter all these lies about NATO would have threatened anybody, because these lies are spread, as we all know. I don't want to go deeper into it because I don't want to be part of spreading these lies. It's an insurance, it's a defense pact, it's an alliance to keep up peace, freedom, democracy, rule of law in the member states of NATO, in the ones who signed up for this insurance. And when we reflect these things in Brussels, I would say the experts and people I very much listen to really claim that command and control, and this is something very important for military persons. People in military might know it better than I do. I just did my military service. I'm not an officer or anything, but where the command and control is extremely important to conduct a proper military operation of any kind. And the experts really claim that command and control has to and will remain with NATO, but with EU as a much stronger pillar in NATO than ever in the past, not only because of the US policies, but because Europe also has to become mature in its capability to defend itself.
Yeah. Yes, the interoperability between European Union and NATO is vitally important, and of course times are changing quite rapidly and we have to be agile. But look, to put it simply, NATO has the Article 5, very important, security guarantee article, and it is workable, actionable because it is practiced and there's clear plans and structures in place. But what NATO lacks is, for example, resources. Article 3 of the North Atlantic Treaty states that every member state of NATO has to have the capabilities needed to enact the Article 5. And the European Union and the SAFE program actually enables the member states that are part of NATO and European Union to carry out those plans. So the trigger is there. Of course, because of the transatlantic divisions, there's also uncertainties that didn't exist before. But of course, the European pillar of NATO has to be strengthened. And with that, there's also spillover effects to countries like Austria, when the EU pillar of NATO is strengthened, then of course Austrian defense is also going to be strengthened. Before the NATO decision to apply to NATO, Finland was asking what is the real meaning of 42.7, the common defense clause of European treaty. And there was no clear answer. That was one of the reasons why Finland decided to join NATO, because there's a clear answer. We will do this and that, and it's planned and it's practiced. So it can be, actually, the trigger can be pulled. In the European case, we need to kind of implement quite a lot before we reach that level, although 42.7 on paper looks stronger than Article 5.
Well, given the rapidly evolving security threats from the Russian aggression to hybrid warfare that was mentioned here also, can the EU afford to rely on this current model of defense? Or is a shift towards a federal defense structure now necessary? And you mentioned the articles. What kind of treaty changes there also should be? And is the political climate ready for such steps? What do you think?
Well, first, I didn't want to avoid talking about also my home country. Of course, the many good beginnings also were given in Austria. The defense investments have been increasing over the years and still remain increasing, even while the federal budget of Austria generally has to decrease for obvious reasons. So we also see ourselves in the solidarity within the European Union, Article 42, while I absolutely underline what Mika Artola has already stated. And Austria is very active in the so-called Partnership for Peace in many NATO missions. The largest one is the one in the youngest state of Europe, the Republic of Kosovo, where the Austrian entity of the Kosovo Force NATO operation is usually the largest or the second largest of all. So we involve ourselves as much as we can, and it's an ongoing project with the many good beginnings I have just mentioned. And this is also connected to your next question. Actually, EU needs a reform. And this is something I think nearly everybody in Europe can agree on. A reform. EU has to be reformed. The businesses I've talked about in the beginning, the citizens which are maybe concerned about the many developments, nearly everybody can agree on that the EU needs a reform. That's a good starting point. What does an EU reform mean? An EU reform in all history meant a treaty reform, of course, a new EU treaty. We have now the largest period of time in EU's history without a treaty reform. The reform via the Treaty of Lisbon in 2008-9 was the last one, and this is already 16, 17 years ago. It's by far the largest period of time without a treaty reform. By the way, we also have the largest period of time without enlargement. Just want to mention that here, in this beautiful part of Europe, we are struggling getting the Western Balkan countries on board, which will be extremely important also for our security, for our unity, and so on, for strengthening Europe to the outside. So it will be a treaty reform, and this requires leadership from the capitals in the first place. I have to say that. I mean, I'm a parliamentarian in the European Parliament. Our co-legislator is the European Council of Member States Governments, the very strong Senate of the European parliamentary system, I would say. So they have a big say, and leadership means not somebody says and the others have to follow. As we all know, leadership means to reflect, to have a vision, to reflect again, to adapt the vision, to interact, to discuss, to find a proper way forward. What happened in Europe's past can also happen in Europe's future. That means thriving for a treaty reform will be important. And now also, not to avoid the question, I mean, a federal military system for Europe in its entirety is a very big word. It will maybe not happen in our generation, but the cooperation of armed forces, militarily and also in terms of procurement, in terms of industrial bases, in terms of innovation, is already something as well for our security and for a proper use of taxpayers' money. And this is what we have to foster.
Well, treaty reform is, of course, something that is difficult, and it has been avoided because of the divisions that are growing. But the existing treaties, they already have certain instruments that can be now enacted that weren't previously enacted. The SAFE program is based on the emergency clause on the treaties. It's there. And the Commission is now proposing to use it much more. Of course, that is causing a little bit of controversy, but it, from the Parliament side, because it bypasses the Parliament. But in the Council, it allows to use simple majorities. So, for example, Hungary cannot veto decisions there. So it is a kind of a flexible tool, not to be overused, but it's there, that it can be now enacted. And we have to kind of find ways of doing that. Of course, on the Parliament side, we have to be ready to also reform our ways of working. For example, COVID-19 revealed that Parliament has difficulties in functioning when it comes to emergencies. How about a war in Europe? It's easy to imagine that could occur during the next 10 years or so. So how the Parliament functions during the emergency times? Do we have workable solutions for that? So on the practical side of things, before going to the treaties, let's enact those sides of the treaties that give leeway and flexibility, and then also find new ways within the existing treaties. And through that, perhaps there's then kind of a vision for a new treaty that is already partly actionable. So it is easier for different member states to comprehend what that might entail. So we have already tried out it partly before it is signed on a paper. But yes, going forward, I think a lot of things are going to change. As in politics, usually there's inflection points when a lot of things all of a sudden change. For the good, I hope. And that requires leadership and a vision. And that has been lacking in the Union. Angela Merkel was considered to be a strong leader, but he was incrementalist, and the inflection point requires kind of a leaping. And that leaping type of a leadership, I don't see that much of it in different corners of Europe currently. So there's a void, there's a political demand because people's hopes are very up when it comes to European Union. If you look to the Eurobarometer, you can see that it is all-time high, or 17 years high. And it's not a hope that Europe should do better, it's also a demand. So there's a demand for leadership. So let's see who fills that demand.
I'm gonna push this idea of federalist Europe a little further. If the EU were to move towards a more federal structure for defense, what specific powers, in your opinion, briefly, should be transferred from national to the EU level, and what should remain at the member state level? What do you think?
Maybe we can transfer the first speaker now from me to Mika.
Yes.
Not for me to be always the first to respond.
I will try my best. Of course, there are certain aspects like a common missile and drone defense system. It is something that I think should be planned and purchased and funded by European Union because it is equally important for the eastern and northern neighborhoods. Borders, yes, border control, I would emphasize that. Citizens do not like leaking borders. And Russia is abusing those through weaponized migration. And it is not doing it only on the Polish border or on the Finnish border, but also doing that on the southern neighborhood. In Libya right now, they are doing their best to cause political turmoil, desperation, to drive people to the sea. And that's not something that we should leave without response. Borders are meant for bordering, not for simply be crossed easily. And that's a key part of how citizens are currently seeing what Europe should do. And we should respond to that. And that's a common effort. So Frontex should have more independence, it should have more powers to act in situations that are now emerging, for example, in Greece and Italy.
Yeah, first I agree. Secondly, I think we must not underestimate the importance of common capacity building when it comes to industrial production, which is also a connection to the very beginning of the whole European integration. I mean, Austria and Finland, we have been member states for 30 years. Exactly January 1st, 1995 was the beginning of our membership. But long before that, the founding states, in particular, focused on steel in order to have a common understanding and a strong cooperation in the industrial capacity for that, in order in that time to not do harm to each other anymore. For today, it's rather to defend Europe better, to foster this capability. And as we all know, not only the investments were too little in the past, not only the production was not enough for our defense capability, but even the capabilities to produce ourselves were too little. And this is why to foster the capabilities is something Europe, since the beginning of the fully fledged war of Putin, Russia, has invested in. And this is a long-term project which has to continue.
Thank you.
Yes, and we should have, instead of, for example, NATO Secretary General said yesterday that NATO can now produce 6 times more ammunitions as it did before the war. 6 times is not a lot. It should be 100 times more. So we should have a level of ambition that is much higher than it currently is, and that means resources.
Yeah.
The German decision to put 1,000 billion euros into defense and security, that sounds right. But we have to see how that is then going to be implemented. The European decision to put 150 billion on loans to the member states, that's something, but it's not enough. And so we should find the resources, have implementable plans that are done in a way that scales up in a much faster time frame than currently is planned.
Mika, you just led us to our last question. So before we finish, let's talk about money. There has been a major debate on the common defense procurement in the recent months. For example, as you mentioned to the Security Action for Europe, the European Commission can allocate up to 150 billion in loans to member states to boost production. However, should we think bigger and explore possibilities for Commission to procure on behalf of the EU as a whole? Wouldn't this just be more efficient use of the European taxpayers' money? What do you think?
It's an easy question. My answer is yes.
Yes, I fully agree that there's certain common projects that could be done better on the European level. Of course, there is then a lot that is done better on the member state level because they are more knowledgeable when it comes to, for example, the Finnish eastern border, how to defend that. That knowledge has been gained over the decades, and it's not in Brussels. It is in Helsinki, and we need the resources. So both ways, I think, should be done.
You want to emphasize on your answer?
I agree. Of course, it doesn't mean that only the European Commission will decide on procurement, but it means that the European Commission will have a large say and a larger volume to invest in the future, of course controlled by the European Parliament in order to get stronger involved in our own security.
And that, I have to say, Lucas, you mentioned before that enlargement is one of the topics that we should talk about, and deeper integration. And now we are jumping into the last bastion of integration. That's defense. That when I was lecturing on European Union integration theories, that was supposed to be the last thing that comes after centuries, perhaps, of integration. And now we are hurriedly jumping into that. So we are deepening integration, and that usually gives room for enlargement as well. So they usually go hand in hand.
Exactly, it's connected.
And so now there's opportunities. And yesterday, I think that there was a promising news from Budapest that Moldova and Ukrainian memberships could be considered because of Trump unknowingly pushing them to do that.
Thank you. I think this concludes our session for today. Thank you, MEPs Lucas Mandl and Mika Aaltola, for joining us, and thank you everyone joining. There are flyers somewhere there going around about our organization, so please feel free to look at them and take them with you, and we will see all of you, I hope, at the Riverboat Cindy 5 p.m. today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Iiris, Lucas, and Mika. And thank you, audience, for the engaging discussions. It's now time for a little lunch break, and we will continue on this stage at 12:30. The Europe Cafe on the second floor has some light snacks and coffee, and the restaurant Viides Näyttämö, right outside on the theater, is currently serving lunch. Thank you, and see you soon.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. This is Subi speaking on the English channel.
Hello, this is Minna. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, yeah. Okay, echo. Well, I'm in a bigger room than yesterday. I can try to change the room. Yeah, I am. I can wait. Yeah, is it any better now? Can you hear me better? Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Tervetuloa takaisin tänne pienen näyttämän ohjelmaan täällä Turussa ja siellä verkossa. Muistutuksena yleisölle, että kaikki ohjelmat
Welcome to the little stage.
Tulkkaus englanniksi
All
tapahtuu
presentations are web streamed and interpretation is available on Interprefy app. You can also participate through the chat. Just use the QR code to log in.
A little reminder, all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Anna nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä, Maria Häggman, STTK:n kansainvälisten asioiden.
Maria Häggman from STTK. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see we have a room full of people interested in EU and work-life matters, and welcome also everyone following us online. During this discussion, we will look at the significance of EU and the changed EU to the development of work-life and Finnish employees. In Finland, the rules in work-life have been changed during this government, and winds of political change blow also in the EU. The common work-life development in EU has direct effects on competitiveness and the internal market, as well as how the Finnish working life and rules of game at our workplaces develop. This discussion is organized by the trade unions SAK, STTK, the Industrial Union and Trade Union Pro. My name is Maria Häggman and I work as the Head of International Affairs at STTK. First of all, the significance of EU for work-life and the changed political situation in the EU. Our panelists are so experienced that they don't need a broader introduction, but let's start with Matti Vanhanen, Councillor of State, former Prime Minister. You were involved in shaping Finnish EU policy from the beginning on as a Member of Parliament, when Finland joined and holding different ministerial posts, and also as a Prime Minister leading Finland's EU policy. EU has a big significance in the development of the Finnish economy and working life, and we have also seen the change in this millennium where the Union has developed from a free trade internal market organization towards a union of states where social rights and common rules in work life have been considered. Since you have been involved in decision making in many different roles, how do you see the development and the reasons for taking these decisions? Of course, with the enlargement of the EU, there has been a need, of course, in the common market, in the single market, where we have free movement of capital, goods and people, when the basic conditions have to be comparable so that we don't distort competition in any way. But related to economic development, there are things where the EU does not have so much competence. For example, education policy, but it is a success factor of the EU, but it has been kept in national hands. In work life, then the EU is not limitless or borderless. I remember when I was Prime Minister and in 2006, we tried to push through the Working Time Directive. I can't even remember the final result anymore, but it was France and Italy and other conservative countries blocked this amendment to the directive. So therefore, there's a great variance in different political views on EU level. And the new Commission working program, when I read it through, although, as you said, cold winds are blowing in Europe politically speaking, but still, on the level of words, the change is not that great. Of course, I was reminded that in the 5-year Commission working program, there was not so much things about the collective partners and cooperation with them. There is something on the broadening the coverage of collective agreements, but what lies in the background, there is no justification on that. But my recommendation is that if you want to influence something, then look at the words in the Commission working program and start generating content to that. Thank you. Then Nina Malm, you are a Social Democratic Member of Parliament, second Vice Chair, Member of the Committee on Employment and Equality. In addition, you're a long-term actor in the Industrial Union and Chief Shop Steward at the Imatra Steel Mill. The same question to you, actually. How do you see EU's role in shaping working life in the EU? Well, times have changed from when I became active in politics and in the trade union movement, and I remember my first interventions during a trade union meeting. I said that Finland has to show the road, show the way, be a pioneer, how to organize working life, and the whole structure of collective bargaining and chief shop steward system, etc. During the last term of the parliament, I felt that yes, this was happening, and Finland was recognized for broadening the collective agreements and improving the employees' role and position. And we were always thinking about the weaker party and the strengthening of their position. But looking back now at the current weakenings of the labor market, it seems that we have forgotten the worker. It has been very cold winds towards the workers, and when we think about Finland, which has been the model country of collective bargaining, and now it seems that we're really lagging behind, and I just hope that others don't follow our example in this. Li Andersson, MEP, Chairman of the Employment and Social Affairs Committee, you are now for the first term in the European Parliament, but an experienced actor in Finnish EU policy, former minister. The parliament political setup changed from the last term. What do you see? How do you see the role of EU in developing work life during this current term? You often say that the European Parliament is the best friend of a wage earner. Does this still hold strong? Well, I would say, let's see, best friend. I don't really know. Of course, priorities have changed now in comparison to the last term, when security and competitiveness are priorities. And of course, competitiveness could serve the trade union movement and the workers if we emphasize in competitiveness policy also improving the workers' position and understanding how good well-being of workers is for competitiveness. But from looking at this from the European Parliament in the social regulations, we don't have any improvements there. Although there are good things on word level in the working program of the Commission, the current practical policy work is something that it seems that these things have been left aside. But it could be worse, because for environmental regulations we have started to deregulate and open legislation much more. That has happened in the labor market or working life. So we haven't had so much new initiatives on employment side, and we work a lot to feed into the Commission work Parliament's views on where do we need the legislative initiatives and what these initiatives should contain. Then we still have Jarkko Eloranta, President of the Central Organization of Finnish trade unions and also the vice president of ETUC, so the Central Organization on Trade Unions in the EU. The same question to you. How do you see the change in EU policy? Well, it was very well described here, and the difference is clear when we compare to the past Commission, although we have the same president, von der Leyen, but the second Commission now is pretty different. In concrete objectives, well, we are really lacking those, but if we think about the previous Commissioner, they did understand this, but we do have certain protective elements where they understood the collective bargaining mechanism and the importance of the role of the different labor market parties, and we want to maintain it. Of course, that is still in the treaties, so social dialogue is enshrined in the treaties. They have an official position, but how is it concretized, the initiatives, what's the push from the Parliament towards that? Of course, the social partners bear an important responsibility here. I see similar thinking as in Finland, that employers don't give up and enter the dialogue with the employees. They don't want any binding rules, maybe only recommendations or nice soft legislation. But if we think about core strict rules and regulations, that's not currently wished for, and therefore thinking turns around. Who are we protecting with labor law? The weaker side, the employee, or is it so that we actually protect the businesses and industries? And that is actually the balancing act and a shift of balance, which we can see in Finland, but also in the European Union. But hopefully we don't deregulate too much. Lee.
Tämä suurin kysymysmerkki liittyy itse asiassa tähän vähimmäispalkkadirektiiviin, joka on nyt oikeudessa. Ja vähän niin kuin viitaten myöskin,
we are talking about the minimum wages directive and about documents and strategies. Europe is being pushed towards Northern European direction, and at the same time, Finland is moving away from that. And also the minimum wages directive has been very central in this process. With that directive, national objectives everywhere in Europe have been taken, the 80% coverage of collective agreements everywhere. And now if the minimum wages directive goes through, then it should be repealed if this will not be taken on board. And then, of course, there will be a question whether we would have any other means to promote the coverage of collective agreements on European labour market. I have seen this in the European Parliament. Finland is actually moving away from the northern tradition here, and that is worrying. And about collective agreements, if we think the collective agreements as a basic guarantee for workers and employees. And now in Finland, the government is doing everything it can to prevent people from belonging to trade unions. So what is left then in Finland? Is it the EU? Do European or Finnish workers and employees have to revert to the EU legislation because they don't have enough protection at home? So what is the minimum protection for Finnish employees and workers? And we shouldn't put every single detail in legislation. About the minimum wages directive, I'd like to add that our Danish friends have brought this directive to the European Court of Justice. So there are other countries as well who are not so happy with the Nordic model. But now we should have a positive stance on this because the minimum wages directive gives protection to workers, not only Finnish workers. So I would be very sorry if this minimum wages directive be repealed now because it gives basic protection to workers. We should instead start building a stronger social dialogue in Europe. I totally disagree with the Danes. I think the Danes are completely wrong in this matter. This directive will strengthen the Nordic model. It will strengthen the model and make it a European-wide target. It doesn't affect national implementation. It doesn't affect Nordic negotiations system. It gives better protection in other European countries because we have EU countries where workers do not generally belong into unions, maybe 10-12% of them. So this would promote the workers' situation everywhere in Europe. So we should think about new ways of how to protect workers and employees and also take the employer's side into account. Well, we have also heard employees' objectives and views on this matter in Finland. Well, it's difficult to give up existing rights. Okay, well, let's move on. Nina Malm, you were already a member of parliament last term. Have you noticed this change in EU policy in the Finnish parliament and in your committee work? What impact will the change in EU policy have on Finnish workers or employees? Well, I already touched upon this matter. So now we are thinking whether the EU will provide us with the minimum protection. This would be something very new in Finland. We have a very old and traditional collective agreement system, but now it's being demolished, and therefore maybe the EU remains our last resort. That Finnish employees and workers in the future have to seek protection from the EU, not in Finland. In Finland, the government is doing weakening the collective agreement system in Finland very quickly and very strongly. And of course, we should have a clear legislation that workers have rights, they have the freedom of opinion, freedom of strike, and they can revert to strikes even if it's the only option left when discussing with the employer. And then talking about the export-based models, defining wages. What is the end result for industries where, for example, a lot of young people or women work? Their negotiating power will go down, and that is very worrying. And all these new items or news come from the present government in small pieces, so it's difficult to understand the big picture. And we already have a lot of people in Finland who have difficulties in making the ends meet in their everyday lives. And now at the same time we are weakening the workers' position dramatically in Finland. So this has already weakened the position of people who don't earn that much, and this trend is going on. So we should have some sort of minimum protection for workers. And of course, we also need to protect employers, but now we have to think about those people who are in very weak position in Finland at the moment, and there are many of them. So we should provide them with minimum protection. And many young people, for example, tell me nowadays that there's no point of doing part-time work because it doesn't have any protection anymore. What about the right to strike? Trade Union Pro has, for example, proposed that we should have a European right to strike. Is this something we should strive for? Well, I don't know right now, but if this trend goes on, maybe very quickly we have to revert to this. Okay, let's expand a little bit. Matti Vanhanen, how do you see this change? What about the Commission? Do you think the Commission is still committed to the European social market economy, or are we now compromising the protection of workers and consumers in the name of international competitiveness? Well, I haven't been negotiating in the EU for some time now, but I'd say that the Commission has a strong focus on the European social model or the European social market economy model and on the importance of collective agreements, and all legislation is the result of long negotiations, and of course the Commission doesn't work in isolation. There are many political views having an impact on the Commission's work, and also the member states play a role.
Mikä minulla on noussut esille siitä työohjelmasta semmoisia isoja muutoksia, joilla varmasti on
The Commission's work program now, there are some elements that have caught my attention. Thinking about the technological development at the moment, there are a few tech giants in the world and they profit from the situations a lot. And now there's a proposal that the European merger policy will be weakened, i.e. the competition law would be changed. And this could mean that that European companies would also grow very big. And this is a political view. So in Finland, in Europe, it seems that also the EU wants to have very big companies in Europe to be able to compete with the Americans, for example. And also there are other legislative initiatives that play a role here. For example, banking legislation. What is the role of big banks in Europe? We've had some problems with company financing, and now the Commission tries to find ways to modify the legislation in a way that companies would get funding more easily. And all these legislative initiatives will, in my opinion, lead to a new situation with massive European companies that are cross-continent in Finland and Europe. And against this background, what is the role of trade unions? How to protect workers in such massive companies? Well, fortunately, we have reached a conclusion with the Commission and the Council of the reform of the European Workers' Council Directive. And there the aim is to improve the working of EWCs, European Workers' Councils. So that is good news. And also sanctions are in place if companies do not take care of their employees and do not implement this legislation, i.e. make sure that employees and workers have their representatives in the company and that their voices are heard and they are being informed. So it remains to be seen whether this is sufficient. EWC legislation, maybe its origins were in the 90s, because nowadays it would be very difficult to approve such piece of legislation. So times have changed. And well, I'm happy that this went through the reform or the revision of this legislation. As Matti said, I see this scenario very worrying. Competition will be less with massive big companies, for example, giant telecom companies. If they are bigger than now, this simply means that telecom services will become more expensive. And well, of course, now we try to compete with the Americans, and the Europeans have decided to use the American model for this. I don't know if it's the best model for Europe. Well, what about Finnish companies then? Finnish companies are even smaller. So is this the right direction in Finland? I don't know. We have to pay attention to employees, how they can have their say in companies. And of course, there are directives, and of course this EWC, well, the limits are quite high, so it doesn't apply to many Finnish companies. And we have seen that bigger and bigger companies have to have an EWC workers' committees and councils. So it doesn't apply to smaller companies. So this means, in my opinion, that smaller companies are being left behind. They don't have their workers' representatives in the companies. So employees should be taken better on board in companies. Well, it could also be a source of competitiveness and a source of workers' well-being instead of having two different
on the other side and the workers on the other side.
which
And
are
I'm not sure that
competing
this is
against
a
each
winning
other.
model. If I now speak as a former chief shop steward, what the European Works Council structure looked like, but we were able to discuss with health and safety reps, workers' representatives and management representatives. If we want to separate these, then maybe it's not the intention that the workers should network with the managers on how some things are done at one unit and compare themselves to another unit, whereas this could be very useful searching synergies within a company. But if, for example, the European Works Council structure is changed and taken farther away from workers, then it means that the chief shop stewards at workplace, because they are between the two sides, as long as we have the right to get the information from the management, they can also express this to the workers. But if there's not that possibility, then the juxtaposition will be even stronger, because then rumors start running around, and when if there's no shop steward to work on this matter and tell the truth about matters, then it will be a wild game. Then if you don't know, then you just start to draw conclusions on your own, and that would be the worst situation. Well, in this reform, we're not taking more distance, but rather we try to tackle problems, for example, access to information in the Works Council structures. If the company hasn't taken care of a functioning Works Council, that they haven't organized meetings, for example, that they should have the right to organize these meetings. But an interesting example is that I have understood that there is a first Works Council being set up in a daycare center provider, which is in the private sector, because usually we're used to companies, commercial companies organizing Works Councils. But if this is taken to the social and healthcare sector, it's very interesting indeed. What an interesting discussion. Let's continue on what the EU could do to ensure positive work-life development. And we know that the global power balance is shifting and everyone is looking for their own solutions, AI, digitalization, and the new forms of working challenge us. They provide new opportunities, but at the same time we face new challenges. Let's continue with Nina Malm. What could EU do to ensure that work-life development is positive indeed in the future too, and that workers can be kept abreast amidst all the changes? Well, based on this discussion, how this has progressed now, I wanted to open up the significance of collective agreements and that everything is in the text. How do we stick to it? How do we implement it? How do we give life to it? How does the Finnish government and the Finnish parliament makes initiatives to implement this legislation? Cooperation between different parties, be it between political parties or trade union movement, it depends on how people vote in the future, and it's also significant who is at the national parliament and who sits at the European Parliament. And through these channels, the collective agreements, negotiations would function so that we won't end up having to make legislation which forces people to do something, because I don't know as a legislator what is needed in early childhood education, for example. What's the most significant in that collective agreement? I'm not an expert on that. And of course, for example, in big industries, steel industries, for example, that's another thing. But then for white-collar workers, if with my knowledge I start making agreements or legislation, and that's why I think that the collective agreement is the baseline and international cooperation on top of it. Lee, the Commission will propose a new action plan to implement the social rights pillar and also they will provide a separate roadmap for high-quality jobs for Europe. What's your view? Will we see binding measures in these proposals, and if so, what? Well, I believe that for the legislative proposals, this is related to the high-quality jobs roadmap. The wish expressed is that this would be like a declaration with a list of new legislative proposals. The social pillar, I don't think that there are new legislative initiatives, but it's important for other reasons. For example, common goals that are set, for example, to reduce poverty or homelessness in the European Union. And they, of course, do have an impact, although they're not legislation, but they will steer member states' social policy by setting a common level of ambition between the member states. So one big discussion will be algorithmic leadership in business life. And our analysis is that it is possible to get a legislative initiative on that from the Commission. The EPP already gave a committee opinion on that, and he said that we should get a legislative initiative on it. And related to all these discussions on algorithms and the impact of technology on basic rights of workers, for example, the platform economy directive that was stipulated last term, what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do, what information you can collect or not, that's only related to platform economy, and those workers, of course, they could have a better protection than others. For example, in Amazon's warehouses, which are not part of the platform economy, they use technology very intensively to measure the work input of workers and steer their work. And for the next year, we are expecting an initiative on mobility, and I'm sure that that could bear some legislation within it. For example, the European Employment Agency and something related to seconded workers and then third country workers working in EU. And then we have a big wish list of other things. We would hope for an equal transition directive related to the relations of the social partners, how to involve workers, also in work-life protection on the psychosocial risks. And I often get the question, do we have to regulate on everything? Can't we do that nationally? I would say that most of the things that come on my table are related on 3 themes, and they have a clear cross-border dimension. Technology transition and how it impacts the working life, because technology moves across borders. The second is health and safety at work, work protection. When we have free mobility, internal market, we have to have minimum rules of game for work protection. And the third is related to mobility. Then it arouses a lot of discussion on dumping rights in cross-border situations when we have mobile workers. And then we have the equal transition as a big phenomenon. That was a lot of different things you mentioned. Jarkko, also the European social partners play their own role in developing work life, and the Commission has also committed to supporting collective bargaining. What's the role of social partners on EU level, and can we achieve development if the Commission proposals remain very modest? Well, let's hope yes, and the social partners do play an important role. They can unilaterally start negotiating and even legislate. That would be the ideal situation, but as I said in the beginning, the employer side doesn't want to commit to legislative processes, but they rather look at recommendations and guidelines and work on those. But like Lee mentioned, on the policy side, there are things that influence the social partners' dialogue amongst each other or between each other. Just transition, promoting green transition, taking care of workers' position, training, education is related to that, right to study when working. So I would see that the social partners would have a lot to discuss amongst themselves and to agree amongst themselves, also related to training and also utilizing technology at the workplace. That is something that the social partners could consider. That's also related to protecting employees, the psychosocial burden that Lima mentioned. And these are things that also should interest the employers. I'm sure that it would be their benefit as well that the workers are able to work and give the best input. They are in good health, they're committed, etc. So that's why such themes could also feature in the discussions between the social partners. But let's hope that the employer side is also ready to take up discussions. Yes, Matti Vanhanen, with your long experience, how do you see the role of social partners in EU policy, and would you have any greetings to these social partners in this time and age? Well, Jarkko knows the scene much and the game much better currently than I. The willingness to make or propose binding contracts or binding agreements that has decreased. The European Commission emphasizes lifelong learning and adult education. Well, in Finland we're taking another direction in this. And as Lee said, nationally we are taking the opposite direction. I would like to bring up one systemic question, because the fact is, and everyone should consider this, that the EU and the member states, where we have a lot of common regulation. I think we are the most regulated market in the world. I think everything is regulated. Well, China regulates a lot, but they very quickly can alter their regulations. But now we have seen, especially with new technologies in the technological transitions, they make us face things that we weren't able to foresee in the previous regulations. How can we increase flexibility when we see a need for change? And I'm not sure that the only way would be to organize mergers and make huge multinationals. I'm not sure that that would be the best solution for Europe. And of course, this is a recommendation to Finland as well. Of course, economic growth in Finland, we should look for it, first of all, by getting a good spirit of cooperation at workplaces. I believe that after the next parliamentary elections, when we think about the growth of Finland, the growth of the Finnish economy, I mean, we have to have RDI investments, innovation, startups, and we have to get a piece on the labor market. I'm not going to open up what it all entails, but I'm sure that we have to take back something that the current regime has done.
Meillä alkaa pikkuhiljaa aika loppumaan, mutta käydään vielä yksi kierros tässä. Kertokaa vielä kaikki viimeisenä, että mikä on omasta mielestänne se...
Okay, we are running out of time, but could you please finally tell us what do you think is the most important thing the EU can do this term to improve working life in Finland? Jarkko, well, the first thing is that let's not start redrafting the existing legislation. And next we have this discussion on 28 regimes, and this is a worrying project. This could be a way to weaken existing legislation. And also labor mobility is very important. There are some deficiencies in labor mobility. It's difficult to come to work to Finland, especially from third countries. Moldova, for example, sends employees to Poland and then they come to Finland through EU countries. So this is a problem, and then nobody can follow their working conditions in Finland. And one more thing, public procurement. And public procurement directive should include strong social criteria as well, and also take the workers' interests into account. Lee. Well, there are so many good things being said in this discussion. It's very difficult to pick up one. I think the most important thing would be to understand the importance of social dimension as part of competitiveness. Competitiveness is not only about deregulation. It's very interesting now. Thinking about Draghi's report, everybody highlighted competitiveness. And it seems that people haven't read the report very carefully. Deregulation seems to be number one project now. Well, that is understandable, but also Draghi's report had very good items on social rights and employees' rights and so on. And for example, Draghi wrote that the US should not repeat American mistakes in its social policy. That is something that European decision makers should read. What is European competitiveness? What is it made of? And here we should think about the social dimension as well. Social mobility, labor mobility, European social model, skills and competencies of our employees. All these matter in competitiveness. Well, it's difficult to draw conclusions. It's such a vast issue. For example, some directives have not yet been implemented in Finland, and this has led to social dumping, to low wages. Collective agreements are not being followed, although they should be the basis for everything. Openness of wages directive, people have a lot of misunderstandings on that everybody would see how much I earn. Well, they don't. And with AI and everything, it's possible to find out how much people earn. So that is not relevant. And also the EU's role for promoting equality. We shouldn't have people in our countries who are in weaker position and legally. EU emphasizes trade policy. So it is very important to increase European competitiveness. The better we fare in international trade, the better the position of the employees. So it all boils down to economy and trade. The Union and the Commission should really put their focus on European competitiveness now. Thank you very much, our distinguished panelists. I'd like to thank all the audience and also those following us online. Thank you very much.
Lämmin kiitos taas puhujille ja yleisölle mielenkiintoisesta.
I'd like to thank our panelists and our audience for an interesting discussion. We have a short break now and we will continue on this stage in 15 minutes, 1:30. The cafe is located on the second floor. See you in a minute.
tervetuloa takaisin tänne pienen näyttämön ohjelmaan täällä Turussa ja verkossa. Muistutuksena yleisölle,
On stage program. All programs, all sessions are live streamed, and interpretation can be listened via Interprefy app, and also you can follow us online and participate in discussion with the QR code.
All programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you wish to take part in the conversations, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Anna nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä, Paula Lehtomäki, metsäteollisuus.
The moderator of this discussion, Paula Lehtomäki from Forestry Industry Finland. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to our discussion panel this afternoon. Whether security will bring investments in Finland. This discussion is organized by three industry federations: Finnish Energy, Technology Industries of Finland, Forest Industry and Chemical Industry Federation of Finland. And this is a continuation of our Finlandia Declaration, Industry for a New Era, where we try to find ways to attract more investments in Finland. We have the pleasure now to invite our distinguished speakers. They have a lot of expertise. Joakim Strand, Minister for European Affairs and Ownership Steering, Piritta Asunmaa, Finland's permanent representative in NATO, Milja Kalliosaari, Government Relationships Manager from Quanti, and Markus Rauramo, President and CEO of Fortum, and also CEO of European Energy Federation. I'd like to thank you already in advance for participating in our panel discussion. In a minute, we'll hear two introductions from Asunmaa and Strand, and then we have our discussion, and then towards the end of our panel discussion, we also take brief and concise questions from our audience. We will discuss these matters for 45 minutes, so let's move on. And just as a warm-up question, I'd like to ask you, is Finland a secure and safe country? Piritta. Well, it is clear that our security environment has deteriorated as a result of Russia's war of aggression. And this has been going on for years now. However, Finland reacted very swiftly, sought NATO membership and took measures. And now I would say that our position is much better than before. We are no grey zone anymore. It is secure to live in Finland and it is safe to invest here. And Minister Strand, is Finland a safe country for the members of the government? Yes, it is a safe country. Milla, is Finland a safe country for companies operating in your industry? We should have this discussion in a wider sense. Well, it's more about comprehensive security. It's not only security and safety, but also geo-economical strength and also industry and economy are important here. Markus, is Finland a safe country for an energy company? As Piritta said, there are a lot of geopolitical risks at the moment, and cyber and hybrid risks, satellite disruption, intelligence services are active in Finland, but Finland is very serious with these matters. We are prepared, we have strong military forces in Finland, and we take measures on a daily basis. And still, we have a lot of disruptions lately, have had and other threats, but still systems are functioning well all the time. Are you okay if I act on a friendly basis in this discussion. Okay, I'd like to introduce Pirita first from the European point of view. What is the European view on security, especially from a NATO angle? Thank you very much to be able to speak here. This is my first time in Europe Forum. I'd like to answer my 3 questions. What, why, and what's the importance of all this? Well, I was a bit surprised that I was invited to this panel. However, I found 3 reasons. The return of geopolitical significance. Our security environment has deteriorated as a result of Russia's war of aggression. Second, of course, the importance of transatlantic relations and their changes, and also strategic competition between the US and China. So this is the first reason. And then second, it is important that export industries understand how we in Europe and in Finland react to these changes. And thirdly, the changed security situation and geopolitical changes also bring opportunities for defense industries, but also to other high-tech industries. So what is the European perspective here? What is our perspective in security? 3 messages. First, we are in NATO, and NATO is becoming more European. We are more and more a European alliance. Europe is responsible for its own security. And this means that we have to invest in conventional defense. Second, the US is not leaving NATO, but it will change NATO comprehensively. This is not only about President Trump. This is a long-term trend. The US focus is in Asia, and China is their main enemy. I believe that the next president in the US will not change this. There is no going back here. And third, us Europeans can respond to these challenges, but it requires strong political will, unity, and most of all, it requires important investments in defense industries, but also in RDI. Lastly, well, what does it mean to all of us? What is my opinion on this? What does it mean to Finnish export industries? I already replied my first question. The security environment has changed. My second message is that defense investments are on the rise. In the Hague summit in June, NATO member countries agreed that defense spending will be raised to 5% of GDP by 2035. This is an important increase. 3.5% will be used to actual military spending and 1.5% to other investments supporting defense. They can be about resilience, social mobility, cybersecurity, and so on. For defense industries, this means that there will be more demand. For Finnish defense industries, the NATO membership will mean enlarged markets. We have big markets for our defense industries. We can export these products to all NATO countries. And third, the importance of high-tech knowledge and competencies and defense capabilities has been noticed in NATO. NATO has understood that we need to invest in RDI, especially in cyber security, quantum computing, space, defense, and AI. We have our own innovation program, Diana, since 2021. In addition, NATO member states have established their own innovation fund, NIF, that is the first global defense industry risk fund, and 33 countries participate, and it has billions of euros, and it invests in startup companies and dual-use goods technologies. Thank you. Thank you, Piritta. Well, we heard from Piritta that in NATO there's more and more European dimension, and that is of course very good to hear as we are here in Europe Forum. Markus, what about your company working in energy sector? Can you see this stronger European focus in NATO? Does it have any potential for you?
Absolutely, it is visible. And as I'm a chairman of a European organization as well, it is an umbrella organization of energy producers in the European Union. It's EU plus 34 countries, almost 1 million workers. I will chair this organization for the coming 2 years. And the relevance towards Europe is, I already said that the significance of security to my business, cooperation with authorities, situation images, and training. This is very important, and we have done it, security of supply, training, preparedness. That's been on the agenda already before the war that broke up in Europe. We had many common trainings. Now that we are a NATO country, Fortum as a country trains also together with NATO. And only this year, Fortum has over 20 exercises where we prepare for different situations, and part of it is also military situations and how NATO and EU is related to Finland. It's very usable, it's not very expensive, it's based on collaboration, and Air Electric as their president and chairman, I try to disseminate this information to the affiliate companies. And from the point of view of Fortum, when we try to get data on what interference has been targeted towards Ukraine, we made a study together with a consultancy what kind of threats have been targeting Ukraine. There have been 970 attacks on energy infrastructure in Ukraine, and the next level of the study is how to prepare for this, how do authorities react, what kind of spare parts do we need, and we try to get Nordic and European cooperation on how from these potential infra attacks we can come back, bounce back and recuperate. And of course we need defense investments, energy intensive investments. Companies want to make these investments in secure environments, and Finland is a secure investment environment. Milja, IQM operates on the global market, and it came up that also the security point of view is important related to high tech, and it is better understood, and that is especially what you do in your company. Is a stronger European cooperation significant to IQM? Yes, a huge significance, and it's very good that we discuss this from the point of view at the same time that Europe has to react to what happens transatlantically. When we develop our defense capability, we think about what our strengths are and where, for example, global leadership is achievable. Technology industry published a good study on it's a list on technologies that Europe sees critical for its competitiveness and defense. And Finland has, for example, quantum calculating, network calculating, other high-tech sectors. Finland has strengths there. And we should concentrate in what we are strong in. We are a good example. For example, VTT is piloting a project where the quantum sector could be utilized in the defense sector. And this is an example on how RD&I investments and funding from Europe can be used. How can we then involve industry, for example, in quantum computing? Currently, the broad line of industries is not yet utilizing it. This is a good moment to influence. Now the quantum strategy was published in July and the regulation will be published in the beginning of next year. We have a so-called spin-in project, and Finland would provide a good example where we could influence such industry which would benefit our own sectors as well. Well, yes, we have set the scene for the minister to speak. Joachim, the floor is yours. We will hear on how ownership can be used from the point of view of competitiveness. We have heard competitiveness, Europeanness, our capabilities very well. Joachim, the floor is yours. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to this important discussion. Security is not only military security, it's a question of economy, technology, and society. In Europe, we are living times where security and competitiveness go completely hand in hand. For Finland, NATO membership has been a historical change. We're now part of a common defense, but at the same time, we bear a common responsibility. Security is a prerequisite for investments. Companies won't invest if the environment is insecure, but investments create security as well. Energy self-sufficiency, critical infrastructure, and cybersecurity are good examples of this. As state owner, our policy is based on two simultaneous objectives: societal impact and economy. We want to have a sustainable long-term ownership which supports the Finnish competitiveness, sustainable growth, and stability also in times of uncertainty. Economic competence, of course, and capacity is the baseline. We have to have good companies which are profitable. That is the only way how we can create value for the owner and for the business at the same time. But the government ownership has other significance, impact on employment, local development, security of supply. These are central issues. And if I look at the ownership policy principle decision, these are done per government term. This emphasizes much more security of supply, security, risk management, broadly speaking, and in the future we will consider from different perspectives whether it is only a financial interest or also a strategic interest or a combination. Finland is a small country and that's why we have to construct our future together. Every decision bears importance. The tighter we cooperate, the stronger we are. How can we attract investments with security? For example, political stability is a strength of Finland, but it doesn't suffice. We have to be able to invest in our own defense industry, innovations within and research, energy self-sufficiency, and a clean transition broadly, digital security and cyber solutions as well. Cooperation between EU and NATO can create innovation platforms, common projects, new funding instruments. We had good examples of that. They can support both competitiveness and security. And to close, investments and security are not alternatives. They are prerequisites for each other. Finland has to be an active operator, not only from the point of view of defense, but also from the point of view of economy and technology. It's not a question only of how much do we spend in defense. How do we spend the money wisely so that it genuinely strengthens our competitiveness, the security of supply, and our industry broadly? Thank you.
Kiitoksia Joakim.
Thank you, Joakim.
Piritta, tässä tuli
Piritta.
esille jo ennen kuin mitä Joakimkin puhui.
We heard already before Joakim took the floor European capability and global leadership, and also from the point of view of industry and technology development. Is this visible in NATO work? Are we able to bring up these initiatives and capabilities to NATO? Can we present them in a manner whereby we could attract more investments to Finland? Well, I would start off by saying that we are now in NATO growing up together, increasing the military capacity of Europe together. And it's very important that the capability ambitions are responded to by providing European solutions, a European defense industry to be able to offer military capabilities. And it's very descriptive when we have in Europe taken the decisions related to this. Kubilius, the Commissioner for Defense, has twice already visited our NATO Council, and we also had Vice President Virkkunen. She talked about this at the ambassadors' lunch. So we try to deepen our NATO cooperation, and it's clear that now that in the new financial framework, EU will invest in security and defense, it will benefit the European defense industry, and as European taxpayers, we use our money to get value added to the European economy. Very good that the taxpayers' point of view was taken up as well. Joakim also emphasized that security is economy as well. Now, one thing related to money and finances, we have this 5% objective and the 1.5 percentage point in relation to GDP opportunity to invest in certain security of supply linked things and defense related things. Although Christmas is not right around the corner, maybe the companies could express wishes on how we could promote these matters. Markus, where should we use this 1.5% in Finland? I was referring to Fortum trying to analyze what could happen, what are the physical threats targeting us. And with Rasmussen Global, we made a study on what happened in Ukraine, and through that we can identify what kind of devices are targeted, and that is an easy conclusion to draw how the attacker operates. Well, by attacking structures which can cause the most destruction, for example, transformers and things like that. And through that, we can identify what we should protect better. One concrete example is, for example, the fields, protecting the fields, transformer fields, so that we have structures, shelters for these structures if there is any physical attack, and we can protect our personnel and the structures, so concrete structures for protection from different kinds of, they can be bags of sand or any other physical obstacle.
Miten sinun näkökulmasta katsottuna, niin jos ajatellaan näitä huoltovarmuuskriittisiä tai resilienssiin, eli meidän niin kuin kriittisiä kykyjä toipumisia.
National emergency supplies. So what about investments that support this? Where would you invest?
Mä ottaisin esimerkin siitä, mitä vaikka VTT:n kanssa ollaan tehty innovatiivisessa hankinnassa.
We've had some projects with the Research Center Finland. Well, quantum computing does not have any commercial applications yet, or something related to defense industries. But what we did with the National Research Center when we started launching the Finnish quantum computing technology, so we've been progressing quite well. So the project is still going on. So infrastructure projects are very important and interesting investments, because in that way Finland can strengthen its economic and innovative power and also attract competent people with these very physical investments. Joachim, how does it sound to you now that you'll be discussing the Finnish budget in a couple of weeks? Is there any money available for this? Well, there's not very much money. That's something we all know. But of course, we will invest in these matters and quite a lot, in fact. And we just heard excellent news here, and this 1.5% that can be included in NATO's defense spending target, we can put things there that also benefit the whole society, infrastructure investments, for example, ports and so on. I would also take a look at building new connections to the West. Very good initiatives are there, and we could also export our competencies and skills to other places, because we have a very good strategy and culture in terms of comprehensive security. Niinistö's report gained a lot of attention in Europe, so I believe there's a lot of export potential for Finland. We just have to react quickly. Italy is building bridges already, so we should also act swiftly. So maybe you could build a bridge between Finland and Sweden. You come from that area, don't you? Well, Markus just expressed his views, but now we are approaching the end, and I would like to turn to our audience now. Would you have any questions? Something very brief. If you have a question in mind, just raise your hand, but now I hand over to Markus. I'd like to continue on preparedness. So we are in our unified Europe. That is something that strengthens our resilience. And if there's something exceptional happening, we need turbines and generators and so on. So there's no point of each country buying them in isolation. We should team up with other Nordic countries, for example, and see who has critical goods and then share them in the same way as we've done in natural catastrophes, for example. So we should work together and put our resources there where they are needed. I'd also like to say something else. You mentioned security and with investments. Now let's forget geopolitical facts for a while. Looking at energy and Nordic countries of Finland compared to the rest of Europe, here Finland has a very strong position because our energy system is emissionless, it's strong, it's reliable, our energy prices are low. So this is an attractive factor for investors, attracting a lot of investments in Finland. From Fortum's perspective, this means that we can look at all the sectors and steel and aluminium, hydrogen derivatives and so on. And we are trying to respond to this demand. We are constantly innovating and building new technologies. In renewables, for example, we already have renewable projects worth 8 gigabits in the pipeline. So there will be some important growth there in the energy sector. And then Milja said something about quantum technology, AI and so on. So what are our priorities in the European context? First, we have to understand our customers' needs. Second, security of supplies, resilience, and third, renewable energies and putting everything together in one system. So this requires new digital skills and AI. And on the basis of this, the markets are changing. Short-term thinking is everywhere, and the amount of data is already massive. So we have to reset our priorities. Thank you very much. Now, one question from the audience. Please state your name and organization. Maria Rautavarta from the Ministry of Transport. I've been following NATO and the compliance requirements and joint procurement methods and so on. Very impressive. Now I'd like to know how we can bring this to the EU, that the systems work together, there's compatibility, and civil and military partnerships are strong and so on. NATO is already doing very well here, so this approach could also benefit the internal market. Next question there, but now let's expand on this. So about regulation, so somebody mentioned internal market and harmonization and standardization, and they are about regulation. Today, I've heard different views on regulation. Some people are for regulation, some for deregulation. What about IQM, for example? How do you view regulation, Milja? So how to find the right balance? Well, as for quantum technology, we are in a happy position that this field is still developing. Regulation is not too much, but of course we follow this trend also because quantum computing is something that needs economic security, and it's very relevant for us. For example, investments from outside are suspicious for us, and thinking about technological startups in Europe and their problems in attracting investment. Of course, we need to make sure where the money comes from, but of course we cannot close our eyes either. And also export control is important. So it is very important to think about these matters when we are working on such sensitive industries. And of course, we have very different legislation in Europe, and it is quite challenging. So what about you, Joachim? What is your view on regulation, deregulation? Well, we keep on discussing regulation and deregulation all the time, and there are all these omnibus initiatives in the EU. We try to facilitate companies' life. And of course, we still have the climate targets, for example, but in a realistic way. We have to provide companies possibilities to achieve these targets in a reasonable manner, making sure that companies stay in Europe, making sure that the targets are set realistically. And there's some room for improvement and deregulation, of course. On the other hand, Europe's strength has been regulation. We have had very good regulation, and then if we hadn't regulation, then we would have all sorts of shady businesses in Europe. And therefore, well, it's always a question of finding the right balance. But we should focus on substance. What are we aiming at? What are the joint objectives? We have an internal market, that is true, but on the other hand, we also have 27 different markets. We are not completely unified, at least not yet, and we should let European companies grow. Sometimes people are afraid of having big companies in Europe, but I don't see it in this way. We should somehow give possibilities for European companies to grow big. Global leading companies are already very big, and it would be interesting to attract their RDI activities in Europe. So customers are everywhere in the world, but we should attract RDI in Europe. This would provide employment and jobs for us Europeans. And regulation is not critical at that point anymore. So we just need to attract investments and RDI. Piritta, and you, of course, think about compatibility between military capabilities and also harmonization in that sense. So how do you see the role of European internal market and standardization in NATO? Well, when we talk about standardization, of course, NATO is the organization responsible for setting international military standards, and this will remain so. And we also need transatlantic defense industry markets. We just have to find the right balance. We should invest in strengthening European defense industries, yet at the same time work closely together at the transatlantic or global level. We have very little defense industry companies that are purely European. They are mostly global. But setting military standards is something that remains in NATO. In energy, we have the Nordic energy markets, and also European energy markets are under development. How do you see this? Well, I encourage deep integration. So deep integration means more efficient use of resources. Europe is unique. We have a common electricity market from Spain to Lapland. As for regulation, I think it's a very good idea that we get rid of overlapping and deregulate where it's necessary and relevant. Things change all the time, and there are always new rules coming in, and it can get very complex. And I've had discussions with investors and so on, and some things are relevant in terms of regulation, but some things are maybe not. ETS, European Trading ETS, the emission trading system, is a good idea in Europe. So the targets are set, but when achieving these targets, the operators have room for maneuver. They can choose the best ways to achieve these targets. And we shouldn't create any hidden restrictions for European businesses here in regulation. And in Finland, when we set a target, let's say decarbonization by 29, well, this is quite easy because we don't use coal almost at all. So set a target and companies do what they have to do in a very pragmatic manner. So this has worked out well in Finland, but very often regulation is put in place and in the hope of quick results, but things do not change overnight. We should be more patient and not to regulate more if targets are not achieved. We should give time to achieve ambitious targets like in climate work. So targets should be set realistically and take time. Okay, one more question from the audience. You have the floor. Juhana Turpeinen. I'd like to go back to data centers and energy use, and my question is related to that. Big international companies invest in Finland in data centers and so on, but what about electricity production? Who produces all electricity that is needed in these data centers? Or should these big international players also bear responsibility for producing their own electricity in Finland, and in that way increase their responsibility in their Finnish operations, and also in that way commit to Finnish security? Well, energy security is very important, and talking about investments and And it's very important to remember this, that investments usually need a lot of energy. Joachim, how do you see this? Should data center investors be committed to energy production?
Well, yes, energy-intensive and electricity-intensive industry already commits and makes deals. I'm sure that Mr. Rauramo can also answer this question. Maybe data centers have had a bad reputation for no reason, because they do, when they invest in electricity production or generation, then we can get e-fuels and others, so that existing industry continues to invest. We always talk about these boxes of billions, but for current companies to grow here in Finland, for them to have stronger ecosystems, spin-offs, to make small companies grow to medium-sized and big companies, so that we can get this global scale R&D attracted to Finland. It requires that the production end also functions, and I think that the data centers are good accelerators of this kind of activity, and I'm sure that they can attract R&D, quantum, and make bigger entities, and not only these server data centers where we capture the electricity. I think that we have to welcome everyone here in Finland. I'm happy that you took this up, the already current actors, because last week we opened a 1 billion forest industry investment in Finland. Markus, would you like to talk about consumer or production investments? I'd like to comment, of course, both and. We go around the world and try to attract energy-intensive investments to Finland: aluminium, hydrogen, steel, derivatives, data centers, and a couple of observations on data centers. They are set up because we use data. It isn't created on its own just like that. But authorities, they require that their data remains in the country where it is processed. But we have analyzed the data center investment intensity, whether they invest per megawatt power. Actually, they invest most. If we think that the use of electricity can gain investment euros in change, then they are the most investment-intensive places. These data centers create a huge number of high-skill jobs in comparison to heavy industry, where you have a plant 20 to 30 years, of course, maintenance investments, but you know the pace of technology change. We have to renew our capacity in the data centers every 2-3 years, and that means more jobs again. And to put it all on scale, at Fortum, only us, we have 8 gigawatt worth of renewable energy investments, and these data centers, they are around 50 megawatt devices. And if these 8,000 megawatts is divided by this, you could electrify tens of steel mills, hydrogen mills, others. I don't say that data centers are the best innovation ever, but they're a very good innovation, and we can set them up very quickly. We can get new energy for the infrastructure investments as well. And we can commit our customers to, with their electricity contracts, we can create new infrastructure. Well, of course, your comparison was good, but of course the traditional industries have long value chains too. But Milja, energy security, what's its influence? It comes from quantum computing, because it is integrated to quantum computing, and involving industry overall is very important. And also these digital infrastructures we construct, for example, AI factory, where quantum is involved, that influences in the other direction. For example, in the more classic industry, and we can renew our current existing industry. And one observation to top it off, the civil resilience and the high-tech infrastructure, they bind power to them. For example, this quantum infrastructure, we have know-how that not many others in Europe have. So we create new skills we can offer others, and which is geographically very strongly bound to the Finnish bedrock. We started off whether security attracts investments. We are pretty harmonious on that. Yes, we have good prerequisites to increase investments. Just to top this discussion off, Markus and Milja, what would be one policy measure you would like to see in Finland to strengthen security and strengthen investments to Finland? Piritta, the big solution was that we applied for NATO membership. It has made Finland a more secure investment environment. Markus. Well, collaboration, and the point being that we as a company go around the world, we attract investments, but it would be great if we could cooperate with many companies, authorities and the government all together. So those who have competitiveness deficits, they could utilize our capacity to promote their own issue. And of course, European and Nordic cooperation in resilience is very important. In addition to capacities, we should have to invest in future skills and capabilities to be able to have R&D investments in the future. Joachim, will you take this up at government level? Of course, I promise, and cooperation is the most important word here. How great audience we have here. Many of you work every day with these matters, and we got 5 national recommendations from the Commission to Finland. Number 3 was more cooperation in RD&I, more business-oriented RD&I. I'm sure that because the state now invests in RD&I, that the businesses would too. Thank you. This rounds the discussion off. Thank you to the audience and thank you panelists. I wish you a good continuation of the Europe Forum.
Lämmin kiitos puhujille ja yleisölle mielenkiintoisesta keskustelusta.
Thank you for the discussions. Now we have a brief break and we will continue at 2:30. The Europe Cafe is open on the 2nd floor. See you soon.
Tervetuloa takaisin pienen näyttämöohjelmaan täällä Turussa ja etänä siellä verkossa. Muistutuksena yleisölle, että kaikki ohjelmat live-striimataan ja tulkkaus englanniksi tapahtuu Interprofile-sovelluksen kautta. Päivien keskusteluihin voit osallistua chatin kautta ja chattiin pääset suoraan, kun lukee näytöllä olevan QR-koodin. Hello everyone and welcome to the Little Stage. Just a remind, all programs are live streamed online and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprofile app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Anna nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä, Marika Ahonen.
Moderator of the next discussion. A very good afternoon to everybody here in Turku. And also I'd like to welcome all our viewers online. During the past couple of days we've been talking about the European Union. Now Finland has been 30 years one of the EU member countries, and free movement has always been a very important matter for us Finns already for decades. And free movement within the EU has also raised a lot of discussion and also some suspicions. The decision on the nature of social security is the responsibility of the member state. Nevertheless, EU membership has an impact on social security and the social security of persons moving between countries, which was regulated already as early as 1958, almost 70 years ago. So it's not anything new, nor it was anything new back in 1995. Now I'd like to understand how has the EU membership been visible in Finnish social security, and this is something we will discuss for the next 45 minutes. Before I introduce our speakers in more detail, let's take a quick vote in the spirit of democracy. Now you can vote using the QR code in the background on your phone, so you should find the questions here. And the questions are: what rights related to free movement have you exercised yourself? And answer options are A, working in another country, B, studying in another country, C, receiving medical care, and with the European health insurance card, for instance, receiving a pension from another EU country, benefits from another EU country, or from Finland to another EU country, e.g. sickness or family benefits. So let's see what kind of experiences you've had. Okay, I can see the results forming here. Well, students, at least ex-students, are in the audience, either here or online. Many of you have studied or worked in another EU country, so 79%, 75% working and studying, almost the same figure. But quite a few have also used the European health insurance card and used healthcare services in another EU country. Now let's get to the discussion. We have an interesting group of speakers on stage. First of all, member of the European Parliament, chair of the European Parliament's Committee on Employment and Social Affairs, Li Andersson, member of Parliament and chair of the Grand Committee on EU Affairs here in Finland, Sara-Sofia Sirén, Deputy Ombudsman Maija Sakslin, who was closely involved in Finland's EU accession negotiations while working at Kela. And from Kela, we have Head of International and EU Affairs, Suvi Rasimus, here. This discussion panel will be concluded by Lasse Lehtonen, Director General of Kela, who will summarize our discussion in approximately 45 minutes. So I'd like to wish you warmly welcome here. Before moving on to the discussion, Suvi Rasimus will give us a brief overview of what has happened in recent decades in terms of the EU and social security in Finland and elsewhere in Europe. Thank you, Marika. It's great to be here today to discuss social security in the EU context. Now, especially because yesterday we talked about how the EU could be closer to citizens. Social security is, of course, something that is very close to us citizens. When discussing EU membership, its practical impact on social security, for example, when people move from one country to another, or how it has been reflected in the activities of social security administrators, is not often mentioned. That's why we wanted to raise this topic here at the Europe Forum in honor of Finland's 30 years of membership. As Marika pointed out, there's been, of course, mobility between countries even before EU membership, and social security benefits have been paid from one country to another on the basis of social security agreements. However, with EU membership, international situations have been reflected in a completely different way at Kela. Now, here you can see the increase in mobility between EU countries, and Kela has also had to take into account the various obligations that have come with EU legislation. The most significant legislative package implemented by Kela concerns the coordination of social security systems, and as Marika already mentioned, this set of regulations has been in place already in the early days of the European Community and covers most of the benefits for which Kela is responsible. The main principles of the coordination of social security systems, i.e. equal treatment and the prevention of overlapping payments and benefits, also meant that social security benefits could not be made conditional on Finnish citizenship, for example, nor can residence in Finland generally be required. A person working in Finland may also be entitled to Finnish, let's say, child benefits, for example, even if he or she or their family members live in Estonia. On the other hand, it should be remembered that these rights also work in the opposite direction. For example, a family member of a person working in Germany who lives in Finland may be entitled to German family benefits. Even though this is a matter of coordinating the systems of different countries rather than harmonizing them, real life and the coordination of the rather different systems of EU countries give rise to many complex situations. This is also reflected in the fact that the European Court of Justice has dealt with many cases concerning the coordination of social security, some of which have also concerned Finland. Over the years, various spheres and topics of discussion have also emerged concerning social security, for example, in connection with EU enlargement, the UK Brexit, people coming to the EU from third countries for various reasons, or some restrictive measures as a result of the pandemic. I would like to conclude my presentation by highlighting three perspectives that have been prominent over the last 30 years or so. First of all, the debate on social security tourism, the increasing importance of data exchange and digitalization, and the lack of knowledge about social security matters. I go through these three items very briefly. First, social security tourism was discussed and caused concern, for example, at the time of the enlargement in the early 2000s. But since then, the debate has taken a slightly different turn. However, the eastward enlargement also highlighted the practical significance of social security coordination in Finland when our neighbor Estonia joined the EU and Labour began to move freely in both directions. However, this is not social security tourism nor abuse of social security, even though it was sometimes referred to as such, but rather the exercise of individuals' right to free movement. In Finland, this debate has also been visible because the adaptation of our traditionally residence-based social security systems to rights-based system has been challenging over the years. To some extent, it is still overlooked that our social security is no longer based on citizenship, but on residence or work here. Another issue is the increasing importance of data exchange, especially since electronic data exchange has become an everyday part of life. It has also brought more digitalization obligations at EU level, also reflected in the implementation of social security. This development and the related EU obligations have also forced countries to develop their digitalization capabilities. This has been evident in the social security systems of EU member states and in the development of the ESSI, a common data exchange system for social security institutions in EU, which has been there for more than 10 years. Due to factors such as a varying level of preparedness, this has proven its practical usefulness, for example, in the pandemic. Now, it must be mentioned that even after 30 years of membership, surprisingly little is known about the basic principles of social security. This work, which is carried out behind the scenes, is rarely recognized or understood in terms of its significance in enabling various aspects of free movement. For example, when somebody from Finland receives treatment at a local hospital while on holiday, they may not necessarily think that this opportunity is based on these EU regulations. And finally, I will show you a few figures on the payment of these benefits in cross-border situations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suvi. Let's move on to the discussion. Maija, let's begin with you. You were already involved when Finland was negotiating EU membership at the time as an expert at Kela. What kinds of prejudices or perceptions were there at that stage, specifically from the point of view of social security? Thank you, Marika. Nice to be here and nice to be in Turku. Economic area and the European Economic Community was said that it doesn't have a bearing on social security. There's nothing to negotiate. That's why it's not nice to attend the Kela session here, because we had a researcher, Heikki Karapuu, who used to be Council of Europe expert on the social rights, and that there was a regulation on social rights. He has even written a scientific article on this that was published, that the situation is not so simple, that there wouldn't be anything to discuss, and we understood that this social security regulation was very significant, that even a quarter or even 1/3 of all decisions of the Court of Justice was related to reconciling social security between member states. And we had an excellent situation because we started discussing the significance of the economic area treaty with the other EFTA countries, the free trade area countries. We had good experts from the European Commission as well. And the first obstacle we saw was the big difference between the current member states and Finland and the other Nordic states, because we have the universal system that social security covers all citizens, and they are entitled to benefits, and the benefits were means tested, not related to employment. And in traditional countries, social security is an insurance to the employee, and through the employee, maybe members of the family could have some social security. And there was a tension that could be seen in the regulation, because there was no preparedness to visualize the Nordic model. And that's why we had a great fear in the beginning that, as we already heard, if we had people coming to a country, you have to get into the host state system, and when you leave the country, then you have the right to take the benefits you have earned with you. And we thought that that would mean that people would come here, just stop over, and then enjoy the benefits later on in another country. Well, that didn't happen, but that was the initial fear. You said that you negotiated in cooperation. What was the significance of that? And then Finland was able to maintain their residence-based benefit system. Well, during the negotiation phase, we went through article per article what it signifies. We had excellent Commission experts assisting us, and Ralf Mayer, for example, he served as a minister afterwards also, and we had very good experts in other member states as well to help in negotiations. What happened at that time in comparison to now, at that time we thought that it's very clear what is a social insurance according to European legislation, what benefits are paid, and what is the last resort social security that is in national competence. And there the difference was pretty clear, and that was where we made the decisions. But when time goes on, through the court decisions, the draw started to, the line between the systems started to blur, and we have movement in two directions. We have situations where absolutely the benefits are not paid to another country, and then clearly things that, or situations where it is possible, as you all experts know, it's possible to take a decision, as in Finland, that the general pension would not be paid cross-border. So there are differences and changes in interpretation that have happened from the point of departure. Yes, we were fearful of social security tourism, but that didn't happen. What was the factor? Why didn't it happen? Well, maybe social security is not an attractiveness factor if we think about mobility of people and the justification why people decide to move to another country. But what has happened here is that we used to have a tight border control. So there was a control who can come to the country. Now we have open borders and people can come and go, and the control has shifted to within the social security system. So we have the very detailed legislation defined on who lives in Finland, who is a resident of Finland and is entitled to benefits. But it used to be much more flexible, and that if you are over 12 months in another country, then you can consider whether you still have benefit rights in Finland or not. So the control is now within the system, not on the nation's borders. That would be my description of the situation now. But the systems are still different. In Finland, you have the residence-based insurance, and other countries still have the insurance based on employment. Should we somehow harmonize or reconcile this? What kind of challenges are related to the current situation? Well, I don't want harmonization. Now that I've followed the challenges even to reform the reconciliation regulation, I don't think that harmonization would be realistic or even something that we would want to do. At the European Parliament, we look at the problems related to mobility, how to prevent them, for example, the use of different digital tools from the point of view of collective partners, social partners, that is related to the social security discussion. And then there are more social policy discussions on an overall overall level, where we try to target poverty reduction, where we would have common goals within the EU countries. They wouldn't be binding, but the political discussion is more on the overall social policy and setting common goals there. Now I can say that I can agree with Li Andersson that I wouldn't see that it would be sensible to harmonize the systems because there are so big differences between the countries. Finland has a social security system which is really characteristic to Finland. We have a residence-based system. We have a very broadly covering social security system. And if we would start to harmonize the systems, or we would have a harmonization as objective, then I'm sure that money comes into play pretty quickly. And I think it's justified to keep this in national hands and that we nationally ensure that funding is also organized. And that is the government's duty to ensure that we prioritize and focus the budget on the correct things when we agree on the budget and expenditure. But of course, the discussion springs from the social pillar of Europe being strengthened, and many countries have these pressures and challenges in funding their systems. And there are big differences in the level of social security between the different countries. I could take an example here. We have certain special groups where, let's say, enhanced cooperation would be called for. For example, we had the disabled cards system in the last term where the disabled people would be helped in mobility. But it seems that the definitions of disability are still very national. So if a disabled person moves from one member state to another, the status doesn't move to the next country. And you can imagine what this means on an individual level. It, of course, might entail some things related to free mobility and how the host country, for example, takes in this new disabled person and what their status is, how is healthcare offered, etc. But it's easier said than done, even for just this one specific group, because in Finland we know how difficult this question has been related to the disabled law. But it's important to take this issue up because it affects free movement of disabled people within the EU. Of course, we can have other special groups that might have special needs as well. Maija, I would like to draw a triangle here. So we have the opportunity to reconcile and bring closer our systems, and of course the policies indirectly affect our social security systems. And then we have the opportunity to harmonize, and I agree that because the systems and societies are so different, and the history behind the systems is so different, therefore harmonizing is too big a challenge. It's not realistic. But reconciling, I think, is a smart system. Sometimes when we as experts work with reconciling, people don't want to have more things in the scope, but I feel that the scope should be extended. Taking Li's example, in the regulation we have a general principle that facts, that prerequisites that have been fulfilled in the country of origin, these have to be considered in the host country. And if it is in the social security sphere, then this problem would have been solved. So reconciling, although it's the third and fourth regulation, it has remained in the shadows somehow as a mechanism. And I think it's a very good mechanism because every member state can keep their own systems in certain limits, and this equal treatment would happen through this reconciling.
Tartun siihen digitalisaatioon, josta tässä jo mainittiinkin, ja siinä kohti myös Suvi sinun puolesi käännyn.
That we already touched upon about these data exchange systems and digitalization in general, very current topics. So what about digitalization in the future in social security systems? Well, I'd like to continue on what we just spoke. In addition, also, it depends on how many people move between countries. If Finland had a massive movement between Finland and country X, then of course things could be facilitated. And then of course when we have common rules like the coordination regulation, when new benefits are being built, for example, then these should always be reflected to the regulation that we would have a common framework in social security systems in Europe. As for digitalization, it has of course increased a lot. And I mentioned that social security authorities and institutions, they regularly exchange information on livelihoods and living and housing and so on. And also digital wallet is something that is widely in use, and these also apply to Kela activities, how we identify the person and also how information is exchanged and how an individual can prove his or her status. For example, this disability card, that it could be made digital in the future. And also Kela closely follows EU general regulations on cybersecurity, data privacy or whatever. They also apply to us. We are a public sector institution and therefore we have to follow general legislation very closely as well. Well, digitalization brings possibilities. The more digitalization we use, usually the more efficient we work. So digital services are already commonplace everywhere. We just have to make sure that these systems work and that they are mutually compatible. They exchange data amongst themselves and in general about digitalization in social and healthcare. Well, the basic starting point should be that we use the client's data from his or her perspective, how the system serves the client, and to make sure that he or she receives the support and help he or she needs. And then how to develop these services or how information flows. Of course, these are also points of development. But I think digitalization offers a lot of potential from the EU perspective and improves the social systems, social security systems and so on. So what does it mean in practice? How can you see digitalization in practice? But Maija wanted to add something. Well, it also applies to mobility. When we joined the European Union, we talked about labor mobility. And then after that, we talked about free movement of persons. We had the European citizenship and so on. But now, people maybe do not move that much anymore, or people move in a different way. You can be somewhere, you can do remote work, you can reside in country X and work somewhere else. And this, of course, affects social security. If you work in one place or if you live in several places and work for different employers in different countries, Well, this is possible in the future, or it is already possible and commonplace. So how does social security systems respond to this? Where is this person insured? Well, in practice, this is already commonplace. We have a cooperation between institutions, and this means that people who travel between countries, they don't have to bring their papers everywhere, so everything should be digitalized so that wherever the person goes, their documents follow them. And if you always have to start from scratch, it requires a lot of effort. So all these systems should be compatible and exchange information effortlessly. And also digital services are being developed, social gateway, for example, how to exchange student information and study information, and this is of course a EU-wide initiative. So there are good examples already of how we use digitalization in social security systems. And just to make sure that development goes to the same direction and that these systems are mutually compatible. And I'm sure that we can use the existing systems already quite well. I'd like to add that the digitalization is most visible at the level of authorities. Ordinary people maybe don't see this digitalization that well. A digital wallet is a good initiative that everybody could have a digital identification or identity. And then what could be included in one's digital identity? Maybe you could add skills profiles for your digital identity. We could have a European-wide labor marketplace. You could find a job anywhere in Europe. You could build your skills potential in your digital identity and in your digital wallet. And maybe this could be used to protect your interests as an employee, and also where does the individual pay social security fees and where is he or she protected. So this is something where EU should invest in. So how to strengthen our public digital infrastructure, it would greatly enhance people's lives. As an individual, I haven't seen very much concrete yet, but well, I hope for the best because there's a lot of potential in this, I believe. So what about the development within the EU? What are the future trends for social security in the EU? Well, there are many people in the audience who works with social security, but I've been working with update of Regulation 883. It's been very tricky, and this revision has been debated for years now, and it's very technical. And well, it's no wonder that the social security systems are complex because they are. And they are very different from one another. And nobody knows exactly what happens when people move from one country to another. Also, there are many political dimensions and interests here. So how long do you have to reside in country X before you will receive rights in that social security system? And if you move away, when does it stop? So what are the rights and responsibilities of the country of origin and the country of destination? And then also harmonization of social security systems is also something that I'm working with, how to better monitor employees' protection in different countries. And here also the systems differ greatly within the EU, and therefore it's so complex. So these are the main projects in terms of social security systems. And of course, digitalization gives us a lot of opportunities. And Sara-Sofia Sirén, we are currently reforming social security system also in Finland. So how does this relate to EU legislation? How can we ensure that the public sector also receives funding for the implementation of its EU obligations? Well, these questions are not easy, that is clear. We've been talking about social security system reform for as long as I can remember. And the current work started already years ago, and hopefully sometimes we will have a reformed system. And of course, in this work, we have to take EU legislation into account, and things progress very quickly. And all your examples, Lieve, were very important and interesting. It is important to enhance mobility in the EU. Well, what about money? There's a lot being invested in defense and competitiveness and so on. What about social security? Well, this is the question. And a lot of pressure on social security systems as well. So what is the EU-level social security system and its funding? And, well, every country is responsible for its own social security system and its funding now and in the future, of course. At the national level, the government is responsible for the statutory obligations and tasks and services so that people receive their social and healthcare services. But these calculations are not easy. At the national level, we have to invest in defense, for example, and also, well, that's the same thing everywhere in the EU. Finland agrees that in the next MFF, the focus lies on defense and competitiveness, and this also means more funding in defense and competitiveness. Now the Commission has proposed, of course, a bigger EU budget so that we would have more money for defense and competitiveness, but also for social security systems. Well, we could go on for forever. However, we are running out of time, and in the end, let's give the floor to our audience. If anybody has a question, please raise your hand before giving floor to Lasse. Any questions from the audience?
Nostakaa käpälää pystyyn, niin saatte mikin sitten, jos tulee mieleen jotain sellaista.
Please take the floor if you have anything to ask our panelists.
Koska kysymyksiä ei tule ja Maija kuiskailee täällä, niin
Because there are no questions, Maija will say something. I just want to add in closing, because I am the Deputy Parliamentary Ombudsman, that in social security, nationally, it is a question of implementing our constitution, so the minimum level of humane life and a sufficient level of social and health care. And then we have the European Charter of Basic Rights, equality, right for freedom of movement, and the basic freedoms in the treaties. So there is a whole basic framework within which we have to operate. That is the framework, and we have to balance it. How we can make suffice with the funds as well. And time gives our framework. We cannot continue. Lasse Lehtonen, welcome to sum up this discussion and close up this panel discussion. Thank you. A very interesting entity. I had to guess what will come up during this panel. I drew up a couple of slides. Let's take the first one here. This came up already during the discussion. the social security models are different around Europe. We have the Nordic model, which is the universal system where social security covers all citizens and it has been residence-based, although we do have the earnings-based employment insurance. Then we have the continental European model, Germany, France, the Netherlands. Social security is based on work relation and benefits are often earnings related. And to sum up what Saara-Sofia said, to believe that something would very quickly happen in the sphere of social security, that would be a wrong guess. But I would, on the other hand, say that I think it's probable that due to challenges of security and the economy and funding, we have to move forward in social security as well, and we can then guess what that would mean to Finland and what would be the next steps. The next slide then, I think it was a good slide what we began with. If we look at the mobility between EU, we export workforce to other countries. And the challenge is that we do have brain drain from Finland, so highly skilled workers go abroad and we don't get all the highly skilled employees we would need. But when we look at it historically, the transfer of funds from Finland to other member states or back, they're not significant. If we think about Kela's 18 billion budget, we only talk about some hundreds of millions. But the other side of the coin is that administratively speaking, for example, this residence-based social security, they are burdensome. And now that we have it in a digital form and mobility happens to define where a person is resident, well, we work a lot in the field of reconciling this European-wide, and it's administratively pretty burdensome. So therefore, a certain level of simplification and coordination is called for. And of course, the question arises, I sometimes play around with this comment, whether Germany adopts the Finnish system or Finland adopts the German system in the longer term. Well, often it has happened that we have to adapt. We have to adapt our systems in accordance with the bigger member states. Another thing that didn't come up so clearly in the discussions, maybe Suvi mentioned it, but we have a lot of other regulation. We're not only talking about social security integration, but for example, data security, digitalization, and harmonizing modes of operation. And Finland has been a pioneer here, and Kela actually has advised other member states how to introduce and promote the use of digital services. But it would be good that we would have different pilots in different countries so that we could achieve a mode of operation which would be beneficial and easy to understand for all citizens in all countries of the European Union. But social security integration has not been a problem for Finland. We have a very functioning mobility of workforce, for example, between Finland and Estonia, and social security therewith. And we have the social security agreement between Finland and Sweden, and for example, pensions and everything have functioned pretty well between the countries. Although it's a big entity, the system functions pretty well. Thank you.
Kiitoksia Kelan pääjohtaja Lasse Lehtonen.
Thank you,
Suuri kiitos teille panelisteille.
Kela Director General. Thank you to the panel, and we continue discussions at the Europe Forum today in the afternoon and tomorrow. I wish you all very good continued discussions. Thank you.
Tosi mielenkiintoinen esitys.
mielenkiintoisesta keskustelusta. Seuraavaksi on taas
Thank
aika
you.
tauolle
Next,
ja
we
ohjelma
have
tällä lavalla
a
jatkuu
coffee break
puoli
and we
4:00.
will continue
Lämpiön
at
Eurooppa-cafe on auki toisessa
3:30.
kerroksessa.
The
Nähdään
Europe
pian.
Cafe on the second floor is open. See you soon.
Tervetuloa takaisin pienen näyttämön ohjelmaan. Tuttuun tapaan ohjelma live-striimataan ja tulkkaus tapahtuu englanniksi Interprofy-sovelluksen kautta. Päivän keskusteluihin voit osallistua chatin kautta ja chattiin pääset suoraan lukemalla näytöllä näkyvän QR-koodin. Hello everyone and welcome to the little stage. Just a reminder, all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprofy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Anna nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä, Lääketeollisuus ry:n toimitusjohtaja Anne-Mari Virolainen.
Kiitos. Virolainen, the Director of Pharma Industry Finland. Dear audience here in Turku and also here in the meeting venue and those viewers online. This year, the theme of the Euroforum has been the changing global situation. Last year, October, President Niinistö published a report on how to strengthen European civil and defense preparedness. And here, pharma industry was specifically mentioned because it creates a strong preparedness basis for Europe. And this provides a basis also for this discussion. Now we have Mika Aaltola here, MEP, Jarna Hartikainen from National Emergency Supply Agency, Mia-Petra Kumpula, Second Vice Chair of Grant Committee, Finnish Parliament, Tomi Penttilä, CEO of Bayer, and Taneli Lahti, Deputy Managing Director from EEAS. So, pharma industry has proposed that medicines should be taken into account when we define what to include in NATO's 1.5% of GDP spending target as an item supporting defense. And the justification here is that pharmaceuticals are critical to any society. How does this sound to you? Mika, you have the floor. It is important that objectives are clear, that 3.5% to actual military spending and then 1.5% to preparedness, resilience, security of supply and so on. So this means massive investments in the future in those activities that were pointed out in Niinistö's report, for example. Here it's worth noting that pharmaceuticals are important. I also had a problem with my shoulder and I couldn't have made it here today without medicines. So medicines are critical and they are needed on a daily basis. People, so that people can work, they are functional, they have access to medicine. It is very important. So pharmaceutical resilience is very relevant to Europe. Of course, there are many industries that would like to be part of that 1.5%. But on a global scale, if we hadn't the necessary pharmaceuticals in Europe, it would be really critical and dangerous. So pharmaceuticals are key, and also that has been noticed in the Finnish National Emergency Supply Agency, and at least in Finland, pharmaceuticals are a relevant and key part of national resilience and preparedness. So I believe that Finns in general would support this initiative, but I have to point out that also other industries would like to be counted in. Jarna, what do you think? Well, it is important that civil resilience has received attention because it is important. Now, of course, we should think about what does it include, this 1.5%. So it's all about preparedness, and we should think about which industries best serve resilience and preparedness. And pharmaceuticals are important. There's a lot of research on that. We have obligatory national reserve stocks in Finland, and pharmaceuticals are an integral part of the national reserve stock. So they are important buffers in national resilience and preparedness. And let's not forget that we have big military forces in Europe, a lot of manpower, and they have to be served if they need medicine. And this should be taken into account. So 1.5% also includes other industries, digital security, logistics, accessibility and availability of medicines, not only in Finland, but everywhere in Europe. So logistics are important as well. So it's not about competition that industries would compete against each other as to who makes it to the 1.5%. We should cooperate. And then, of course, at some point, we have to determine which industries are included in that 1.5%. Maybe we already fulfill the criteria, or maybe we should invest even more in preparedness in the future. Mia-Petra. Well, now that I think of the situation when I worked as an MEP, I saw several lists for critical items that should be included in 1.5%. Critical infrastructure, of course, but also digital infrastructure. It's not only about rail tracks, but very much about digital infrastructure. And we have seen what has happened in Ukraine if connections fail. So they are important in the future. So of course all industries have good reasons to be included in that 1.5%. Of course Finland and Sweden would say mobile technologies, whereas Germany would promote car industry. So many industries compete for this post. During the pandemic, we saw what can happen if we don't have medicines. Now, of course, we do have a lot of medicines, and medicines, the security of supply is well taken care of, but in times of war or crisis, medicines become more and more important. So we should have a holistic view on this. So we should think about comprehensive security and have a holistic view. Well, this is something that we've always done in Finland, actually. What about the pharma industry itself? Well, I think many important things were already highlighted in this discussion. Pharmaceuticals are important for survival, of course, and they are integral part of comprehensive security. And we also learned a lot during the pandemic, and also the geopolitical tensions that are there, and emphasize the meaning of critical supplies, such as medicine. So we should prepare before it's too late. Taneli, you have a long experience within the European Union. So how does this sound to you? Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Europe Forum. We always discuss very topical items here. Last year we talked about different things, and last year we anticipated that Draghi's report and Niinistö's report very much define the future in the EU, and that is indeed true. All these concepts such as comprehensive security and preparedness and so on, they are from their reports. And pharma industry and medicines, of course, belong to preparedness, and they could be well taken on board in that 1.5%, and they are an important part of EU-NATO cooperation. Of course, we have to sort out the details. Where should medicine supplies be stored in Europe and so on? So there are very good reasons for putting pharma industry in that 1.5%. Of course, if we have a very holistic view, almost all industries could be taken on board in that 1.5%. And pharma industries are very important in Europe. Well, I conclude that most of you emphasize comprehensive security and the fact that we need cross-sectoral cooperation to achieve comprehensive security. In Finland, national emergency supplies are organized in public-private cooperation. Jarna and Tomi have personal experience on this, I'm sure. We have experienced that Swedes often like to tell us what to do. So what could we develop? I mean, how to improve comprehensive security in Finland and preparedness, not only in Finland, but also in the EU. Finland is a pioneer, I would say. We are a pioneer in preparedness, but now if you think of the war in Ukraine and the geopolitical tensions everywhere in Europe, and what are our relations to Asian countries and to other continents, of course, European unity is more important than ever, and we have to be prepared together. EU's preparedness strategy is key here. So we have to raise the preparedness level everywhere in Europe. Our preparedness is good, but if something happens, we are very dependent on other countries as well in Europe. So we have to work together here to make sure our security of supply is at a high level. And also storage is important, and reserves. And where are these reserves? So shortages of supply are a risk, and then of course storing requires resources, and also how are medicines produced, what raw materials are needed for medicines production, and what infrastructure and so on. So we shouldn't rely on single sources here, and we should diversify our procurement, for example, for relevant items for pharmaceutical production. So what are our capabilities? Should we increase our own production and increase our innovations in this field as well? Well, here I could continue from the European perspective, but also from the Finnish point of view. We have to be able to produce medicines in Finland, water, food, all critical items. So it is important not to be too dependent on other countries. However, we very often need a global supply chain for producing medicines these days, so it's very difficult in practice to produce medicines from scratches in a single country. And how to make sure that the integrity of global supply chains is protected. We are an isolated country in Europe. We need an airplane or a boat to leave Finland, and therefore logistics and transport are very important as well. So we have to maintain good connections to other countries. And of course, we have to remember that medicines production is global production these days.
One essential fact was mentioned, global supply chains. Now we have had evidence of the US and China being the mega powers of today for the pharma industry and its success opportunities. Currently, 20 years ago, every other medicinal innovation was created in Europe. Now it's only 1 in 5. Ursula von der Leyen has talked about strategic autonomy a lot, and for us to be able to get rid of global dependencies somehow, and then we would have the opportunity to have world's biggest internal market at our disposal. What are the tools that we can use so that the overall security in Finland and in Europe is strengthened, so that it wouldn't be us copying things, but that we really would have our own medicines, our own tools for future success? Well, geoeconomy is something we are looking after or looking for, whereas in geopolitical, the strategically important, managing strategically important areas and dependencies, and there are different tools the EU will be introducing and has introduced. And when we talk about China, it is viewed as a high-risk country. And of course, it cannot participate in everything that, for example, other countries or companies from other countries can participate in. The second thing is organizing resilience, so that the company can be seen as essential from the point of view of security of supply. So we can change the criteria and we can play around with these. If we think about the pandemic, 16 countries were the ones to produce the important components for the vaccines. And we were very dependent on these 16 countries. And when the chains of supply were distorted, due to the nature of the situation and the politics that was played at that time, the system went chaotic at the moment. And then we understood that it's important that the chains of supply would be as short as possible. That's what resilience meant in that context. So we have learned from the situation and the pandemic, and that's what strategic autonomy will signify in the future. Correct, you are that in the geo-economy, China and US hold exceptional positions and they can use Europe as a playstick. But we cannot become one bloc. We have to have room for maneuver, and strategic autonomy, therefore, is important. Plan A would be that, and now, unfortunately, we have to resort to Plan B, which, for example, commercial policy-wise, we follow US movements. Yes, well, EU has had good titles and we try to implement, but it's difficult to work alone, and with policy means the companies have to find the strengths with which we can achieve in the beginning, for example, raw material oriented. You have capability and capacity, and both of these are needed. We have to have the capabilities, but then we have to have the capacity to extend our manufacturing. But if we have natural catastrophes or a supply chain is closed up, for example, a physical transport route is closed down, these dependencies are critical. And from policy point of view, we have to look at the most critical parts in the chain. But the companies bear responsibility on how to trust different partners. EU is very good in balancing political risks. EU hasn't brought about political risks at the same scale as, for example, US, and how do we trust on China and India must be mentioned as a big and hopefully a partner. to Europe in the future. So we have to decentralize the entity and strengthen our strategic autonomy. Can we do this at the pace that is needed? I, through colleagues, weekly visit, Mika visits the Council of Europe 4 times a year, and I visit it now regularly as well. And we discuss a lot what resilience must be and what are the factors that weaken resilience. I don't mean only, for example, militarily occupied areas, but where do we get accessibility? And Finland, for example, distributed generators and other member states, for example, healthcare utilities. We know that the National Emergency Supply Agency cannot be the 100% stockpiling for everything, but there is a learning curve, and we have tried to wake up Europe. And it made me even smile when the Commission now has been packing the bags and made the home supplies, which was very known to Finns. We had to have a household reserve all the time at our disposal, and it's something that we know very well. You have to have the clean water, the battery radio, and your personal medicines, for example. And this is now something that has been brought on the European level. But you have to require from politics, but also from the commercial operators, smart thinking and ability to secure operations even in crisis. Taneli, you look at this from the core of the European Union. What does it look like? Well, 5 or 6 years ago, my colleagues went to Brussels about something that was completely new to me, that in many medicines, the producer of the molecule that is the basis of the medicine would only be, for example, one or in one country. And there was a fear what that would mean to medicine, the security of supply of medicines. And we didn't grasp how serious an issue that was. But then we were hit by the pandemic, and everyone had to face the reality that, well, there was maybe not availability of some molecule or some substance we needed. 5 years ago, in the European pharma industry, we made a pharmaceutical strategy and legislative initiatives with which we have tried to ensure the availability of medicines in all situations in Europe, and also at moderate prices, and that innovative pharma industry opportunities to stay at the top notch of all pharmaceuticals. I don't know how well we have succeeded in this and whether we can get results, but that was the aim. I don't know how much it is a question of policies and regulations to ensure that all molecules can be produced in Europe and to make the supply chains as short as possible. How much is it EU responsibility? How much is it the responsibility of the companies? If the chain is broken, then the supply is broken as well, and we cannot, of course, respond to the demand for a certain substance. And we have to look for replacements. Something that has to be considered is that we strengthen our strategic autonomy by bringing production closer to Europe, making the supply chains shorter, but it can have a price impact, of course. Prices will increase, but we have to pay this price for our resilience and preparedness. Yes, price question is essential when we think about the markets, that they would be the only instance to steer the play. because with prices we construct supply chains where production is shifted to areas where labor cost and raw material cost is lower. For example, India and China are superpowers in this. And do we want to completely go to the other extreme? But getting rid of these dependencies, we have to have a certain level of tolerance. For example, higher prices. That would mean then, of course, that we would be more resilient and tolerant towards changes or crises. We don't have to go to the other extreme, but it's the balancing act on how to react to these situations. A brief comment from Mika, then we move on to competitiveness and economy. In Finland, we have a good pooling system where security of supply
tasolle. Ja tavallaan se sisäistetään, se, että se tavallaan Euroopasta puuttuu tämmöinen vähän samanlainen mekanismi. Ja tietysti voisi ajatella, että sinne yritysvastuudirektiiviin lisättäisiin komponentiksi myös tämmöinen strateginen palikka. Nyt siellä on ihmisoikeudet ja ilmasto, mutta tämmöinen strateginen ohjaava palikka sieltä puuttuu. Eli se silloin velvoittaisi vähän eri lailla. Ja sitten tietenkin siihen liittyy tietty kustannus, eli miten sitä sitten kompensoitaisiin sitä yhteiskuntavastuuta.
No niin. Sitten mennään siihen, että mistä sitä kriisin, siis mistä löytyy sitä kilpailukykyä. Ja tiedetään, että osa tässä kokonaisturvallisuudessa ja yhteiskunnan iskun kestävyydessä ja kriisinsietokyvyssä on erityisesti talous ja talouden kilpailukyky. Mulla oli ilo osallistua alkuviikosta Tanskassa pohjoismaisten lääketeollisuuden yhdistysten yhteiskokoukseen ja siellä kävi hyvin selvästi se, että sitä Life Science-strategiaa oli tehty jo 3. versio 10 vuoden ajan ja koko yhteiskunta puhaltaa yhteen hiileen. Ja lääketeollisuushan teki tässä alkuvuodesta sellaisen lupauksen toimialana, että me tuplaamme investoinnit vuoteen 2030 mennessä, mikäli tämä toimintaympäristö kehittyy myönteiseen suuntaan. Ja siinä oli juuri tämä.
So what are the investments in the future if the operating environment will develop in a favorable direction? Tommy, you represent a big player in Finland. So what should we do in Finland in order to attract investments in this field? Well, I continue on what we just discussed. In Europe, we can regulate ourselves to death. If you do this, we don't create anything new in Europe, no innovations are being made and so on. And in that scenario, everything takes place outside of Europe. But if we can deregulate and regulate in a way that it enhances and supports innovation, then of course all industries and companies invent and innovate and produce in Europe. And then, of course, the probability that we'll have more medicines that are produced in Europe is bigger. So how to boost our competitiveness in Europe in this field? Well, first of all, we have to be innovative friendly in Europe. It is a risky business to develop new medicines for new conditions, so we need predictability in the field. And also, well, if you do trial and error for several years and then suddenly you do create a successful product, it should be rewarded. So patent legislation is also very important, and it defines whether we have innovations in pharmaceuticals in Europe. And then, of course, we should, well, let the market economy operate with free hands, so not regulate too much. Of course, if we have innovations in Europe, we have other good things as well. In Finland, we've had innovations and research and development in our company. We do clinical trials in Finland, and then we also have launched successful products, and then suddenly we receive a lot of money, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. We usually work years, if not decades, before launching a successful product in the market. So the European operating environment is challenging, so it requires a lot of thinking as to how to keep Europe competitive and attractive for investments in pharmaceuticals. Well, very briefly, I believe what Tomi said, but also I'd like to add that we do everything we can to improve the investment environment of companies. Well, I think funding environment is quite good. There's a lot of capital available. Deregulation takes place and internal market is being strengthened. So what is the problem? Europe doesn't grow anymore. That is clear. Our demographics are what they are, but still we are the most influential and most affluent continent in the world. There's a lot of demand in Europe. So why is it so? Why don't we attract investments? I'm not meaning, Tomi, your company, but in general, I mean, everything is good in Europe, but how come we don't attract investments in pharmaceuticals? I mean, there are a lot of energy investments in Europe, but not in pharmaceuticals. So what is that we need? And competitiveness is key. I really love Draghi's report. It has given me answers to many tricky questions, and it's easy. We should have a well-functioning internal market. The better the market functions, the better the environment for investments and activities. I'm not an expert in pharmaceuticals, but I've understood that internal market is not 100% ready for pharmaceuticals because member states are competent for their own pharma markets, and there's no internal market for pharmaceuticals as far as I've understood. It's well, we have tried to develop it for years, but somehow it doesn't function yet completely. So first we should create internal market for medicines. Well, those companies that invest the most, let's say 15 biggest investors in the world, 9 work in IT and 6 in pharma. So IT and pharma are really research-intensive industries, and then of course we need money for that and investments and also competence. Do we have the needed skills and competence in Europe? That is also critical. And also we should make sure that new innovative products are quickly put on the market. As part of our competitiveness in Europe is, of course, how to use our innovations. In pharma industry, we conducted a survey last year with more than EU countries. 32 European countries were involved in our survey, and what we studied was that what happens after the medicines have been put on the market, how quickly they are used in clinical care. In Finland, the results were discouraging. Only half of the accepted or recently approved medicine were taken in clinical use. And that is a piece of bad news for patients and their families. They know that there are good new medicines on the market, but they are not offered to patients. They are not available somehow. So what do you think of this? Isn't it a bit controversial? People should trust in healthcare services. They know that there are new treatments and new drugs on the market, but they are not offered from their healthcare provider. So how does it affect us? How does it affect our comprehensive security? Think about cancer treatment, for example. A lot of development, but are the most recent drugs on the market and in clinical use? Well, I don't know the details, of course, but of course innovations are taken into use fairly quickly. And this is critical also for preparedness. Preparedness is a bit like insurance. We need to be prepared to feel secure. It increases our mental resilience. So it is a circle in a way. And therefore, if we want to increase our preparedness, we should also focus on innovations and new solutions, because these two things are interconnected. So maybe other people would like to comment. Well, marketing of medicines and what is the approval process for medicines before they can be put on the market? It is very long. It should be optimized somehow, and some medicines are very relevant for comprehensive security. Of course, there are drugs, for example, cancer drugs that are very expensive. And well, comprehensive security cannot cover everything, of course. Well, I'm a very pragmatic person, so if you do the first steps well, then the rest is easy. We have a lot of clinical research at Bayer. We also have a clinical research unit in Finland, and clinical trials are being conducted in Finland. And if these trials are carried out in Finland, of course, it raises the probability to have this product or this drug in clinical use also in Finland. So it's all about cooperation. We work closely with well-being services counties, and they also have to be welcoming towards new medicines and follow the development in drug industries so that we can have new medicines on the market. Well, healthcare sector should focus on new medicines, and they are, of course, expensive in the beginning because their development is so expensive. In the pharma industry, we don't only treat symptoms nowadays. We also try to remove the disease from the patient's body. This is the ultimate goal of drug industries nowadays, and if we succeed in this, the long-term consequences are very important and relevant. If we just take a look at pricing and prices, we lose this big picture and long-term approach and what are the long-term consequences of new drugs. So it's not an expense, it's an investment in citizens.
Tomi mentioned here research and a downgoing trend. 20 years ago in Finland, we had 200 clinical trials in Finland. Now it's around 100 a year. And this actually has a strong correlation with if we introduce new innovations, it would lead to more clinical studies, and clinical studies generate innovations. So it's a virtuous good circle we should get up and running, and there's a good news from the government's midterm budgetary review that there will be a national coordination on pharmaceutical research and product development. Hopefully this will be implemented as quickly as possible. Taneli, you took up the Draghi report on several occasions, and the pharmaceutical industry was seen as a key sector for competitiveness in Europe overall. And in the last article in the Helsingin Sanomat, Hanna Suvanto said that it is a potential source of growth. Let's look at the European picture and then Finland, focus on Finland, that we have potential. How do you see? Will it be a security provider, growth provider, or something else? How do you see the future? Taneli. Well, as the kummelit always said that it's Canada, well, I say always it's the Draghi report. Just to say something, the pharmaceutical industry has been the strength of Europe and still is. Although only 1 in 5 innovations comes from Europe, we're still a major global actor and pharmaceutical developer. For example, where did vaccinations come from during the COVID pandemic? From Europe. And Canada, where did they get their vaccinations? Not from the US, they got them from Europe. What follows from this, and the reason for this, is of course a high level of education, prosperous internal market, and of course a strong scientific base on which we can construct things and we can generate innovations and commercialize them. But there is also pressures towards and expectations towards Europe. For example, related to vaccinations, when the world was really nervous about the vaccinations being first available in Europe, and Canada, US had to wait for weeks, and weeks was too long to wait. And there was a pressure, for example, towards international patent protection, which we have been able to defend off, because you have to have a good patent protection to be able to develop new molecules for the basis of drugs. But if we look forward, Europe is like a global pharmacy. We can develop, we can produce global medical innovations, but then it bears with it obligations, responsibilities, and we have to make it available for everyone at a cheaper price. And that's the other side of the coin. Mia-Petra, how do you see the pharmaceutical industry as part of overall security and the future? Since I'm not an expert in pharmaceuticals, but innovation policy, I think that the same facts and the same elements of production, do we have the skills, the workforce, etc. And we're told that too much regulation is too much, but regulation is also creating demand and balancing out and stabilizing the markets. At the European Parliament, when we were representing Europeans, we have only now gained small titles, but if, for example, a Finnish medicine is not approved on the European level, then we have to take policy action. We have to make sure that the measures taken, that they are also implemented. And Taneli mentioned the global scale. We have to be able to save human lives and improve quality of life. Where do we get the funding for that? That is the question. But of course, life expectancy increases, and it's said that it used to be half of the medicines, but now only 1 in 5. But there are more medicines patented now, and they have created more healthy years in people's lives. And if Europe is one forerunner, then the others copy and come after. But we also talk about health, and we can create health also in the digital arena, and draw parallels between areas, and we can also optimize in future. We can optimize the overall situation better. Europe can create new things, and maybe it's healthy also that the pharmaceutical sector competition creates the best overall result. But in the times of peace in the internal market, there are still hiccups in the pharmaceutical delivery chains, and there are many interests in play, and advocacy work has to be done. Finland is a small market, and that is a challenge to Finnish people's health. Yes. Health benefits should be produced. We are running out of time now. What would Tomi say on the internal market? Is it key? Well, Europe can succeed, and we can succeed in Finland. The pharmaceutical industry is already growing greatly. We sold 3 billion medicines produced in Finland. It's a high process level, and this is an opportunity to Finland. We talk too little about the health sector's opportunities, but it is one of the cornerstones of future in Finland, not only for the internal market, but we can deliver worldwide. Yes, and being part of the overall security. We have to take care of that. A warm thanks to the panelists. Thank you to the audience as well for listening in. And I believe that today we have been able to construct a healthier Finland and a more secure Europe. Thank you.
Kiitos puhujille ja kiitos yleisölle hyvästä
Thank you,
keskustelusta. Seuraavaksi meillä on
everyone,
tiedossa
for a good
pieni
discussion.
tauko ja
Next, we
palataan
have a
tähän
small
saliin
break. We come back here at
ja nähdään pian.
4:30, 4:30 that is. See you soon.
Ja näin jatketaan päivän ohjelmaa. Täällä pienellä näyttämällä
Today's program,
on nyt siis
the last panel of today is beginning.
Ohjelmat live-striimataan ja tulkataan englanniksi
All panels are live streamed and you can listen to interpretation in English on Interprefy. You can scan the QR code to access.
This program will also be live streamed online and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you wish to take part in the conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Annan nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille.
I hand over the floor now to the moderator, Business Finland Head of Defense and Digital Resilience, Kirsi Kokko. Thank you. Welcome to the Business Finland and VTT event to discuss the role of startups in construction of European defense and, on the other hand, about the opportunities offered to Finnish startups to grow in this sector. First, we will hear some thoughts from business leaders on the theme. We have a video which features DIM Robotics specializing in 3D environmental modeling and location and situation image management. Next, we have Varjo Technologies specializing in manufacture of virtual, augmented and enhanced reality devices. And as third, the space technology company Kuva Space, which is building a comprehensive microsatellite system and images the Earth daily at a molecular level using hyperspectral camera technology. Let's see the video. What kind of growth platform is Europe for startup companies operating on interface with defense? There's very progressive defense technology know-how in Europe, and Varjo is a good example of it. We have a very strong base for technology and research, broad cooperation networks, and a diverse industrial ecosystem. Challenges are regulation, a fragmented market, and access to finance in comparison to neighboring areas, which slows down the construction of international development in a company like Varjo. Very potential, there are still many things that could be done to improve coordination, but clearly the spirit is there and right things are happening and is visible to us on grassroots level. DIM Robotics develops generic technology to all mobile machinery where automation is needed, and defense technology is one of our strategic focuses. In addition, defense industry is a strong growth market, and a technological transition is happening there as regards technology that we can offer. Especially coordination and improving the finance for dual-use goods so that you don't have to choose between offering civil or defense goods, but you could be something in between. That still requires some work. EU can strengthen growth by clarifying the development processes in defense industry and by simplifying funding mechanisms. Procurement processes should be more open to SMEs, and all measures that simplify regulation and even out differences between countries help all operators to grow. In addition, investments in technology such as combined reality, enhanced reality, AI simulations can be key to Europe not only being a user of the technologies, but also showing the way in defense technology. For a small high-tech operator such as us, public support is extremely important to be able to develop solutions for the defense sector. Defense forces have a very different approach where you have to propose an almost ready product to them. The sales mechanism differs from other markets. What support and tools have you found in the EU environment to support your growth? We have been part of NATO's Diana program, where we were the only Finnish company participating in the first program, and as a result, there was a spin-off company we set up to develop satellite-free localization. In addition to this year, we launched a big EDA-EDF project where we developed a system with mobile robots and aircraft. We have utilized EU funding programs such as Horizon Europe and opportunities for networking at events in the industry and innovation clusters, where we have found new partners and new know-how across EU borders. The strength of EU is to combine expertise and resources to achieve common goals. We have many contracting partners, EU Space Agency, EU program Copernicus and Horizon Europe, and have received funding to support our growth, but we have not yet found a specific tool to accelerate our growth, and that is what we are looking for. Excellent comments from high-tech growth companies. We will come back to these examples for sure. We will now discuss what kind of opportunities that growth in the defense sector offers for innovative startups and what tools are or should be available from the EU to support these companies. Joining me for the discussion are Member of Parliament and former MEP Mia-Petra Kumpula-Natri, welcome. Vice President of Defense at VTT, Sauli Eloranta, and Investment Director at DESI, Keith Bonici. At the end, we will take some questions from the audience. Let's begin from the big picture. The world is very different from a couple of years ago. The security environment has changed, and it's essential that Europe secures its own supply and defense, and the defense industry plays an important role. How have these changes in the security environment been reflected in the European business landscape? Mia-Petra. Of course, in the business landscape, we don't solve everything with public intervention, although defense is part of European sovereignty and we try to look for cooperation, but procurement is essential. And as we heard in the examples, we expect ready-made products or packages and references as well, because it is a high security of supply commercial transaction. But as Finland, we are facing a new situation. We are a NATO member, and NATO and EU facing a new situation where we politically have to commit to a bigger procurement, i.e. the defense forces, where we have to procure technology. Technology also develops at such a huge and speedy pace that we will get new opportunities. Of course, I hope that the traditional Finnish defense technology companies can renew and develop technology. But if I speak generally, not only defense, sometimes the biggest players in the markets are slow operators, and they can defend or fend off newcomers to the market. Sometimes we can see that in the energy sector, for example, a big energy company wants to fend off, for example, competitors, or for example a teleoperator, they want to fend off newcomers. But Finland was opened up, and we are the most mobile technology using society globally. So in this transition you can see similar traits, and of course we should play our cards correctly to be able to have efficient defense and utilize new technologies to secure our future defense and security. Keith or Sauli, on the overall picture in the European business environment, well, maybe I have to take my hobby horse here. So the new defense sector, So in addition to the traditional operators in the defense sector, there is a lot of interest in entering the defense sector. And of course, the traditional civil technology providers such as Nokia are interested in starting off in this. And I think that this is a resource and it's not away from the current operators. If we want to export, of course, I wish that the traditional sectors also dare to take the step into the defense sector. It's not the easiest sector, but it is a growth sector all the same. The Commission published a communication on EU startup and scale-up strategy, and maybe you are acquainted to it. Of course, it builds on the Commission's previous efforts to improve the business environment and focuses in particular on developing the European internal market. According to the strategy, European startups often face two valleys of death. First of all, when bringing innovation to the market in the early phases, and then when scaling up their businesses. The aim of the strategy is to make Europe the best place in the world to start and grow global technology-driven companies, including deep tech companies, particularly in key strategic areas such as life sciences, AI, clean technologies, defense, including also all dual-use technologies and companies, robotics, advanced materials and raw materials, and quantum technologies. Many technological opportunities. What tools and what kind of direction does the strategy offer to support and reform the European business sector? Keith, would you like to begin?
Alkuvaiheen sijoitukset on luokkaa muutamia satoja tuhansia ja miljoonia ja Tesi on koko.
Usually in the beginning, companies have to invest millions or billions, and putting in the market comes later. Usually between 3 and 10 million are the early phase investments in Finland. So investments are needed and money is not available in Finland, and therefore many startups go to the US. But now we have the scale-up financing model, and this brings in a lot of flexibility, meaning that we can participate with 30 to 50 million risk investments. Of course, on a yearly basis, there are not too many investments of this scale, but some interesting investments, for example, in space, could be made. So we have good starting point now, and our government has indicated very strongly that now that investment needs are growing, money will be available. So we will find investments when needed, I feel. Well, you mentioned these death valleys or valleys of death, the challenges when bringing innovations to market and when scaling up. Saul. Indeed, understanding the target market is key. In startup companies, understanding of the final market is insufficient. Defense markets are very secretive, and of course there's a reason behind this. And now we've understood this problem, and therefore we've established mechanisms with which new companies can learn the defense sector. First of all, NATO's Diana program. It's an innovation training system. Robotics was one of the first Finnish companies. Then we have EURIS in Europe doing equivalent work, and then EDF, European Defence Fund projects with massive investments every year. And then we also have informal collaboration networks in Finland. I'm leading one of them, and all of them aim at helping newcomers to find their clients in the defense sector. We have all these mechanisms in place already, but maybe the administration should also contribute to this and in making sure that we have all the resources and investments needed. Well, ecosystems and clusters are being formed in Finland at the moment, and it is good news, especially startups need a collaboration and network. As has certainly been heard in many discussions here in Turku, the Commission published its financing proposal in July, which started negotiations between member states. The proposed budget for the EU's financial framework for 28 to 34 is bigger than the current financial framework. The Commission's proposal is in line with the Commission's policy priorities, meaning that European competitiveness and security play a major role in the future MFF proposal. Compared to the current MFF period, the Commission's proposal includes, for example, significantly more investment in EU-level RDI and defence activities, and dual use is given greater prominence. Of course, the final outcome of the negotiations may differ from what the Commission is now proposing, but the starting point seems quite good. Growth in these sectors that I just listed. What do you think about this, Mia-Petra, given that you have experience in this in the European Parliament? So how does the future look like? Do we have new possibilities? Well, this is the third MFF that I'm involved in. Last time I led the Parliament's Grand Committee, and then I was one of the MEPs. So now I'm back in the Finnish Parliament, so I'm very familiar with MFF. I still have the MEP perspective. And many people think that the European budget proposal is too big. Well, it is definitely bigger. We already had an important growth package post-corona. And of course, then Europe needed more resources and money. And also we have the defense fund and so on. So if we had the old level that the budget should not be increased, and then we put 750 billion euros, then on top of it, that was of course a borrowing facility, at least partly. And now we have a new proposal, which is again different. And Finns have said that it's too much at the moment. However, we are talking about having stronger Europe, and what are the resources for that? Of course, now we are in Europe Forum, so we have to be frank here. So we need stronger union, but we don't want to finance it. Well, anyway, money is always scarce, so we have to play our game right. We have to put our money in the right places. Well, the recent financing facility was not very successful, so we need a more reformative policy here. Now we have new funding facilities. We need to strengthen security in Finland. We need, and in Europe, we need not only direct investments in defense, but also indirect. And we also need to strengthen our capacity to act. And all this will strengthen our security. And maybe in the future we can cope with a little bit less money if we now do things right. And many experts think that these proposals are good for Finland. The Prime Minister was here this morning and he said that everybody understands that now we need more money in the EU, and that was good news. Opposition is of course against the EU funding and raising EU budgets, but in these circumstances we do need more money. But we of course need to put our money in the right places. On the other hand, in Finland, we've cut too many benefits from families with children, from education, and then, of course, we should also cut from company support. So budget cuts are needed, but now it's enough. I mean, enough is enough. Now we need more investments in the right places and then think carefully how to use our public money and how to create growth and innovations with the money invested. Now committing to raising defense spending within NATO and in the EU in general. So this gives me hope. Defense is not just talk about defense, but reality. Hydrogen is relevant here, for example. It can be used for many purposes, not only for defense, but for fertilizers, for example. And now we buy fertilizers from Russia, which is not good. So Europe is too slow. Finland has often been quicker than Europe in its reactions to Russia, for example. So I've been discussing these things recently with the startup scheme in Finland, for example. And now many of our startups are involved in deep tech. Very interesting. This was totally new to me, myself, for example. They do something completely different and something very innovative and new. So these projects should be funded from the European level as well. So we need a lot of lobbying here, and the Social Democratic Party has been active here together with the Finnish industries. So we need money for different purposes. We have different funding facilities for different purposes, for social purposes, but also we need money for innovations and new industries. So not only security in terms of social security, but also for companies and innovations. Well, new possibilities are there indeed, and dual-use goods are interesting. They can be used in civil sectors and military sectors as well. Can I ask you one thing? Now it's the Pentagon momentum in Europe. Pentagon has produced many items which are now used in civil society for civil purposes. For example, mobile technologies, they are typical examples of dual-use goods. Now that we are building European defense and security, maybe we'll have new items and products also on the civil society side. Well, let's continue. What is the role of public funding in the defense industry? In the video that we saw, companies stated that public subsidies are important for companies, but companies also need networks and also private funding. How can private funding support this development, and how have attitudes changed, for example? What do people think about dual-use goods and other things? Keith, would you like to start? I haven't seen such a turnaround in many years now that I look at the funding environment. So investors are carefully thinking where to put their money. NATO Innovation Fund is very important and other innovation funds. And it's been very interesting to see how Finnish pension insurance companies have adopted a new mindset. They are willing to invest in new technologies and they have a lot of resources. So this has been surprised. a surprise for me. So, but I'm also a bit concerned that there's too much hype. Within the first semester this year, millions of dollars were invested in defense industries globally, but not in Finland. So how can we attract money and investments in Finland more? Last year, we did a survey, 350 defense industry companies, and approximately 130 companies were involved in deep tech, so quite impressive. The main challenge is that these companies need 3 to 5 years until their total sales achieve €1 million limit a year. So the development moves on so quickly that Finnish companies cannot keep up with the development, and they cannot find big projects to be involved in Finland. They can be found elsewhere, in Germany, for example. We have a lot of skills and competence, we have patented technologies, we have funding available, but now the ambition level should be raised. So Sauli, how can you raise ambition?
Mia-Petra's comment is very good. We were talking about defense budgets, but if I take a national perspective for a while now, money from our pockets goes outside Europe to our defense procurement. We should invest in a national capability building, defense capability building, but on a European level, that means that should happen in Europe as well. There's also some cross winds blowing, and there are some overlaps where, for example, US is compared to Europe in defense systems and their diversity. In US, there's maybe 1 or 2, but in Europe there are tens of platforms which are all pretty similar, but not the same. And I would say that let's also look at, from the new defense point of view, towards new operators. Let's say RMC shipyard in Rauma or the Helsinki shipyard. They are constructing polar ice breakers to secure the Arctic seas. So we have these new actors. Let's look at them. But in a spirit of startups today, I would see that the startups can also challenge the traditional operators in the defense sector by telling them what is possible. And a smart traditional operator develops mechanisms how they can grasp these startups. Always good examples speak for themselves. For example, Varjo was presented in the video, and in 2020 we entered that, and car industry was dominating, but now it's 70% defense. The same goes for ICEYE, which is one of our central companies. We used to have the civil industry and the insurance industry investing in them. Now money comes from the defense sector. IQM is the same kind of balancer. So when I started at DESI 9 years ago, we had 1.2 billion euros to spend. Now we are exceeding 3 billion. So that shows the accumulation of value in Finnish companies. We used to wonder if we can take 10 million. Now they can have hundreds of millions. Oura is a good example. 5 billion was their value as a company. So we dare to dream that Finland has companies with 15 billion in capital. And that's the way to create jobs here in Finland as well. And the second thing is that the defense investments and the defense sector takes government money. And I said that the value is 26 billion, and in 2032 it has to be 15 billion. And part of it, a major part, will be export, and that's when it starts generating money back to Finland. And as we have noticed, currently we are looking towards the defense, but we do have the dual-use solutions, excellent solutions for managing environmental catastrophes or used for agriculture, for example. There are plenty of these in Finland. How could we then better capitalize on these opportunities, accelerate them? How, for example, dual-use technology and introduction of innovations in Europe could be promoted even more? On the video, the companies took up certain hopes they had that we would simplify certain processes, for example, especially from the public side, the significance of infrastructure and networks. Sauli, can you explain what should be taken into account? How can we support this development? The Murto report also mentioned that we have to integrate these new actors and we have to have a more flexible mechanism. And this is a general problem on European level as well and other member states. On the dual-use companies, we were talking about them. We talked also about it being difficult to get end-user experiences, and we have now local operators now. For example, these Oulu, Tampere, Espoo, Joensuu, Mikkeli, and other cities in Finland. Riihimäki, of course, as most important. They have created they have a need from the civil side to help the startups, and they have then gotten connections with the defense sector. A year ago, we were envious of Estonia, their incubators and accelerators, but they have a strongly, aggressively growth-oriented activity. They had that a year ago. We didn't have anything. But in the past 12 years, we had the TESI report, we have infrastructure, we are Diana Invest centers, and we have the opportunity for companies to enter through a smoothed way. So wherever in Finland you are, we have regional help and advice, we have national advice, we have EU and NATO. But NATO has to be seen so that there are many good, well-functioning things, for example, military training and exercises, and they have been notified in the white book as well, or the white paper, that we have to intensify cooperation. Yes, we have discussed with the Ministry of Defense and the Finnish Defense Forces. The change in transparency and openness is significant. We noticed that drones, technologies, I can see that the coming years are very interesting when the defense forces are in the game now with all the companies, and we have been able to get now feedback from the defense forces, and they have been more active and open towards the companies. Maybe we could have a fail-fast thinking. If we have a professional user experimenting something that doesn't succeed, then we can just shoot it down and start something else. We often talk about problems with startups, but I have to say that the activity has changed a lot. We have these structural projects in Europe, for example, in Quanti. Now we have the NATO Innovation RAGE field experiments that can be done together with other NATO countries in Europe. Now it seems that the gates are opening and the Defense Administration also open-heartedly accepts these new operators, and we have to then produce the capabilities. That's a two-way street. From a politician's view, it has been a European challenge. It has been said that it's a national state sovereignty question and national competence, and that can be seen, of course, that we then often adopt things from the US, but through the different funding programs, for example, SAFE, Finland also expressed interest, be it joint mutual debt or nothing, but there is a prerequisite that in these procurements you have to have several member states. It used to be on a voluntary basis, but now with the economy of scale, we have to learn to operate together, not so that one big purchases from one big traditional provider, and that's then in that situation it would be difficult to get the smaller operators involved. So creating a defense culture, it is still under work. We have to improve the internal market, the cooperation, and diversify the own European defense industry. This is very important. EDF was mentioned. I want to remind you that it's not only technology and product development generating some cash flow, it's joint procurement on European level, and through the pipeline then we will get these system procurements. So it's very important to be involved from start off. Finland has to be more active. Horizon, which was mentioned, that is research and development, and it will be reformed for the next MFF. And for example, ReWarm is something that is involved in improving the hard core of European security. If we think about capabilities, we were talking about certain sectors that are developing very quickly and they might come by surprise to the markets. What do the startups and the new small niche areas, what do they have to give? What special do they provide to the general picture? Well, NATO has a list of 9 critical technologies. One of them is a military-led, but 8 out of 9 are civil-led, whether, for example, next generation communication technologies, AI, etc., etc. That means that also the startups that come from the civil side, they are targeting certain critical technologies as well. And it's natural that the startups can bring also deep technologies to be available to the defense sector. It was different when we innovated. We had Teflon and GPS, etc. But now it would seem that 90% of defense innovations start up from the civil side. And in Europe, we have a very strong industry and know-how base as well as an innovation base. And when we are able to utilize it, and we know that it's a civil-based technology, it's easy to go into a competition situation, but we don't have so strong defense operators as, for example, in the US. We can now go to our last biggest question. Now that we know how different the value chains and the procurement mechanisms are in the military sector compared to the civil sector, and the startups are often newcomers. What kind of a market is Europe to these startups, and how could they accede, for example, the Finns, into the value chains? What skills do you need, and how should you go there? What gates should be opened?
Finlandin vetämä Veturi-ohjelma on hyvä esimerkki siitä, ja erityisesti tämä Patrian e-Alliance-ohjelma.
The Business Finland programs are very good here, and that's what I've heard from many Finnish companies as well. So Business Finland is doing good work, and it has offered technology-led companies to work together with Patria on sensors, automated systems, defense systems, and so on. So these companies, they follow Patria's market development in real time. So that is a fantastic way to enter the commercial market, something that they couldn't do on their own. Well, Bitcom, Nokia, many big companies have similar programs. So that is a very good method to facilitate market access of these small companies. Finnish companies are very active in this, and it has changed in defense industries, the whole value chain thinking. If companies use Chinese components, they have to be replaced by European or US components, and in that way you can accede these networks. And this also requires a lot of competence from companies. Many companies have very little personnel, and resources are scarce, and funding is needed because competencies are needed. And of course, defense industry offers also interesting employment opportunities. So it's about key resources. Companies are competing for qualified personnel. We have to attract not only funding, but also foreign experts and skills from outside of Finland. Anything else? How to enter the markets in Europe? Well, my experience is that, for example, we've been involved in the European Defence Fund very actively, and we've been simply working hard. So we have approached in a humble manner big European companies, and we have asked what we can do for them. And these projects have then progressed to co-development, and also smaller companies are taken on board. Patria's Veturi project has been very good example. So big companies involve smaller companies in joint projects, and they are interested in smaller companies' competence. Smaller companies don't have that much market information, and they have difficulties in exporting their solutions, and therefore cooperation with bigger companies is a good way to do this. And in this way, smaller companies can accede the markets together with these so-called integrator companies. And these integrator companies, of course, have also risks. The cost asymmetry is a critical problem. So 500,000 missile is used to target 200 euros drones. So this asymmetry is a critical problem in defense sector. So we need new approaches, how to utilize existing infrastructure and assortment to create new products and innovation. So we need very holistic thinking here. And one interesting phenomenon is that many European defense companies are very interested in Finland. So Finland is a potential place for production. Finland is a NATO member state, and also Finnish military forces have a very good reputation and a lot of expertise. So these factors, they attract foreign investments and foreign companies. So now we really have a momentum here. Well, we've seen many good examples. Saab factory in Tampere, and also the importance of Nordic collaboration in all these projects. Well, that's also a good example of how self-disruption works. Saab's Sirius is a very good example of a new generation product which can be produced with a fraction of costs of old products. So this is an excellent example of success. Well, these success stories are a good ending for this panel discussion, but now we would have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Microphone, please. Somebody could think that this was all agreed. I'm Jonas Similö, I'm just a European citizen. Did I understand correctly that the panelists said that it is important that we receive defense income, not only spending, meaning that investments should be intra-Finnish investments, and also European states usually invest in their own states, and that there are several different platforms in different countries. Isn't it a problem? You're right. National states that are responsible for their own defense in Europe, of course, they think about their own industrial policy, and especially big member states with a strong industrial base, they usually invest in their own countries. EDF, European Defence Fund, aims at joint procurement, and that is coming in Europe. Well, looking at Finland, for example, of course, it would be interesting to be a net exporter in defense goods. But in European scale, target markets are limited. Now that the US is protectionist in a way, there are not too many countries in the world where we could export. So we should also take a look at our own country. And Europe has been good in defense industries, but not as good as the United States. So we still have challenges. But the net exporter thinking is something that we should aim at. Now, it's problematic that we have to buy these goods not only from Europe but from outside of Europe. Most goods bought in the defense sector come from outside of Europe, and this is unsustainable. Costs are rising. Well, I could continue on this. There's a lot of competition in this field. And some Finnish companies have been successful. They've been able to sell their products to the US and Poland, for example. These companies and these countries buy Finnish solutions because they are the best in the world. Well, that is true. We have to be really good. We cannot compete with prices, and these radar solutions are excellent examples. If you offer technology that is not available anywhere else in the world, we should also become part of bigger value chains. That's another option. And RRF, Recovery and Resilience Fund, was maybe not the best possible solution, and then we should have thought about this more carefully. We didn't have that much money from RRF. Bigger countries received much more. Now we have our second chance. We have double the amount of defense funding and investment, so we should be on board with the others, not being left alone. Thank you very much, and we continue this discussion, but have a nice evening and have a nice rest of the week. And thank you, our panelists. Well, this was the end of our Thursday program on the little stage. Thank you, moderators, panelists, and our online audience and audience at the venue. You can continue discussion in our chat, and have a nice evening, and welcome back tomorrow. Thank you.